Hello, I am the Ronan Pawn, and welcome to a twitch.tv/Ronan Pawn live stream on twitch.tv/Ronan Pawn. If my eyes seem to be darting around, it's because I'm feeling very out of it today. Welcome to the stream. Get ready for someone who feels very out of it. I'm just miles away, not in my head, just kind of, I don't know where I am, but I'd like to know if you've seen me, if you've seen this child. Give me a case of these children. If you've seen this child, drop ship. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, I'm just... No, but isn't working. Last time he wasn't working, I just assumed, okay, the server's having a problem, whatever. This time, he's not working. Tried to connect to the telnet into the thing, and no, so the server just doesn't exist anymore. So people who have been paying monthly, who, oh, they fucked me over a number of times. These bastards. So there's that, but other things too. Hello, little magnets. How you do? What did you slide in between those Ronan pawns? Mary Blue Peace. Mary, it's a cat. Mary Blue Pea Face. It's not Peace. Mary Bloop Face. Bloop. Like ICP. Drop in the soup. Bloop. That's what your nuts go in the soup, according to the Insane Clown Posse, and it makes the sound bloop. And apparently that cat is making the face that you would make when someone's nuts go in your soup. I don't know why things are named the way that they are on Twitch, but they are. Welcome to Kerbal Space Program. I'm out of it. I don't know. My dad came by first thing this morning before Lady Paul and I had woken up. So, you know, it was one of those days where you wake up, and while you're waking up, you're like interacting, and someone else is here, and there are things, and all of that. But then, how long can I get away with just sitting here and not playing the game? Then, okay, there's people coming up to the house, because, you know, live in Detroit over here, there's a lot of empty houses. One of them's next to me, and somebody comes up to the house, and they're just like unload from a car like they're attacking the house next door, and just like straight up, lady tells me I need a place to stay, so I'm gonna squat in it. Me and my 3 kids is the story, and then there's like 3 or 4 people who came with her, and 2 cars that rolled up that are just like assailing the house, kind of a deal. Well, that leaves me in a weird position because I know the owner, don't I? You know, like I don't know him, but I know I have a phone number of a person who I can call who can then get in touch with the owner, and then my dad's here, and he's like being helpful and stuff for the people who are technically illegally breaking into the house next door, and it's like I am not in control of this situation and everything's just going off of the rails. And thankfully my other neighbor, who's been here for ages, came around, and like he was watching as it was going on as well, and he, after they left, he was like, what was that about? And I think they're squatting in there, and he's like, all right, I'll let, you know, so-and-so who owns the house know. So yeah, just a weird day. Everything kind of got sucked into a vortex of chaos. My dad, when he shows up, he walks in stinking of cat spray, and he doesn't know it yet. Apparently, like, he parked the van he drives in the lot next door and left the door open while he was working on this truck, and then maybe like a cat got in there and sprayed this bag that he brought with him to give to us, and he didn't know, and he brings it in, and I'm like, oh, thanks, drop it on the floor, and then poof, just the smell of a cat's spray in my house with 3 kittens and 2 other, that. In chat there, it's Mary Flaley. It's definitely Flaley, and if I had a TARDIS, because that's what's in between the flailing tube sock men, I would go change everything that happened today so far. But it's fine, I guess. I'm out of it. It's fine because all we have to do today is rocket science. So no heavy lifting. I think we can just... I don't think I'm going to be flying very well today. Just one of those days where you like feel off kilter from the beginning of it. And it's weird because it's like with my dad. My dad comes over and he's just cloud of chaos, like suddenly descends on the house with him. You know, it's like, did you bring this shit here? People showing up trying to squat in the houses next door to me while there's cats stink, that's this and that and the other thing, and then with the Secretary of State's office and there's a lot of things. There's a lot of I was just trying to wake up, do a live stream. That's all I was doing. Welcome into Kerbal Space Program. That's what we're gonna do today, and where we are right now in Kerbal Space Program, I can barely remember because I'm thousands of miles away. But Bob is in orbit of Minmus, having received his new ship, his new beautiful, awesome, amazing ship that we may have repurposed from something that like floated up from at sea, and then we put rockets onto the side. You'll see if you weren't here before. You'll see. But yeah, the SS Science is not the SS Science. It's the HMS Space Boat. Space Boat is where we're going today. And if I could get my wits about me, I believe my plan from here on out, could we just switch view? And there she blows. Yar, she blows even. There's our ship. You can see, you know, some of it's definitely underwater right now. And then on top, there's just a sunset from over there. Or there. Really, wherever we want the sunset to be coming from, it's coming. And then under is the water. It's reflecting out. This is the HMS Space Boat. And it's Bob's science craft. It's not made to look like that for no reason. Not for no reason. He's got a mobile processing lab here. He's got himself his own just radar-towered craft that he can descend onto the surface of whatever body he could put this mothership in orbit of, and then he can go collect the science, bring it back up here, and hand it over to Sonri Kerman, scientist boy wonder in training under Bob Kerman, learning how to science properly. Is that where we are? That seems to be where we are, yes. And so we already have a load of science that Bob had in his pockets right before he got stranded in orbit of Minmus. That's yesterday. Today, he's not stranded in orbit, or he's not Kerbal in orbit. He's here. He's got a ship, and he's ready to, I don't know, something with cat piss and squatters next door. I can't quite untangle it. How you doing today, little magnets? Huh? Are your magnets, you know, reasonably sized? Or is the scaling still okay? Somebody else tell me other things. Just fill my dome with more shit. No. Tell me, like, distract me from whatever it is that's floating around up here.
Space boat. Space. Exciting and new. Come aboard. We're expecting you.
Space boat, exciting and new. you gotta intentionally sing it as badly as possible, right? Love boat. Wow, I shouldn't even know that. Like the number of things that I do know that I'm like, okay, fair enough. You know, you've seen a lot of television and stuff, but I don't feel like I've ever watched an episode of Love Boat. But how do you not know Space Boat? I mean, Love Boat, exciting and new. I think it's Bill Murray, you know, doing his Star Wars Cantina lounge act on Saturday Night Live back in the day that probably introduced me to that first. Yeah, so today, what's the plan for today, Pawn? It's getting a bunch of science, I think. If I recall correctly, this thing should be doing, it's researching as we sit here waxing and waning our testicles, whatever we're doing. We just stepped inside. We could see the testicles being waxed and or waned. Your view. Oh, Jesus Christ. Let's just not look at that. Whatever. That waxing and waning got a little bit too enjoyable. Good God. How about, like, shave before you launch into space, buddy? Like, we launched in your world, I don't know, hour ago? Something like that? Look at you. Jesus, hell. Is that even stubble? I think maybe he just got ran over on his way to the Space Center this morning. Okay, with the mouth breather. Jesus, God. What do you got in there? Do you need, like, some dental work? Holy shit, man. Just close it. Occasionally. Also, you seem to have a small problem with your teeth kind of merging outside of your face. Oh my god, what is he doing now? Come hither, stare! Jeez, no! Oh shit, I hit the spacebar. This is terrifying. Jesus! The look on his face! I don't want to be trapped in a vessel with a kid like that. And neither does Bob. Bob, get the hell out of there. What can I... How do I transfer Bob Kerman to somewhere else? Transfer crew. There's no crew. Bob, get the hell out of there before he eats you or something. Bob, transfer to here, man. Fuck. Jesus. Oh, and then for a moment, Sanri was not happy. Now Bob is very happy. I think Sanri will be happy just regardless at any given moment, but Bob is thrilled to be out of that room with Sanri. Fuck me. That was... I've watched horror films that weren't as terrifying as the look that's on Sanri's face. God, stop it. We need to get... I just need to get away from this craft. I did hit a spacebar. I'm hitting F5. Hopefully we're okay with that. I might have unlocked an engine that is not supposed to be. Are you disabled? You're disabled. I would have to activate you. Good. We're in orbit. Here's the state of the thing. We're in kind of a wonky orbit around Minmus, and we need all the science. All of it. I don't know what we've already got. We should probably check if we can do so without having to get too near to Sanri. Review data. So, Great Flats, we've got above Great Flats. Space near, space near, space near, space near, space near. Minmus's Slopes. So we got some stuff from Minmus's Slopes. We didn't land there and get all the science, but we did get some crew reports. So we still have slopes that we can get. Minmus's Lesser Flats is where we landed. Now we're space high over. Yeah, there's a lot of different... apparently we landed at Minmus's Lesser Flats. Or near it. Mystery Goo from Minmus's Lesser Flats. So we've already been to the Lesser Flats. Now, who in chat knows what are the Lesser Flats? Like, what's that one? What's the butterfly? Is that... what kind of flat is that? Is that flat? How flat can I... Like... these are probably just the flats. So... I think what we want to do is change our angle here and go to my usual speedrunning landing sites, which would be actually right here. These are 3 different biomes. It would be lowlands in Minmus, and there would be like just Minmus's Flats, and then Minmus's something flats that this whole thing counts as. If that is Lesser Flats, and we've been to the Butterfly before, at least we're picking up 2 other things. Like, we will have been to these sites before, but what we haven't done is taken their data and shoved it in a mobile lab. So it should still be of value to us that way to do all of this. So yeah, our initial plan for today, land there. And then there's another one that's down here that's got 3 sites that are right on it. We could hit both of those again. Although if you hit one, then the other one's not as valuable. Yeah. That's the thing. Or we could just come down right now and land here and not worry about flats. And then I don't know which one I've gotten. So, yeah, no. No. I need you to go all the way around, Bob. And get ready for some landings. I wonder if anything, if like little things like that or anything, you know, Minmus's piss hole, you know, if that exists. Come on over here, and I'm going to twist from an advantageous point to twist. If we want to be over there, we twist it, you know, 90 degrees off of where we want to be. And that should get us the most out of the bang for our buck. Now, we should be... are we going in the... yeah, we're going in the correct direction around, so normal should pull this up. We have 1,181 meters per second in this craft currently. Do I want to do this with the whole craft, with the big boy? Because I don't need to. I could leave the big boy here. We detach. And then we do what we're going to do with this guy. And then this guy has the delta V that he needs at the end of the day. I think the Butterfly is the Great Flats. Okay, that'll be good. Are we full on fuel here? I'm going to F5 again. I'm going to assume that everything's all in place. We're going to undock. Okay. We have undocked. And Bob is a free Kerbal now. He can go and do and go. So he's got 1,600 meters per second in Delta V via our design of this craft. So this should work out pretty damn okay. His engine will not be active. So let's activate the engine. Let's also make sure that we're controlling from... Control point should be up. Readings should still be orbital. We want to get on a normal. And that does look like it's our normal. It would be good if we pushed away a bit. RCS on and H is not doing that. I'm just gonna push us away slowly. There you go. Little bit of a touch. And then we'll start twisting this toward our desired landing site. So, is it going in the right direction? 'Tis indeed. 'Tis indeed. Go ahead and burn hard now. And we could be doing some work to slow ourselves down as well if I were, you know, smart. Since I am just mildly smart, I will plan for this encounter in such a way as we want to be, you know, the moon is still spinning underneath us, so it's going to rotate forward as we go. If we're landing when we're out here and the moon is spinning, maybe a little bit more, but we want to aim like a bit low of where we think we're going to be, because it's going to be a little bit better when we get there, is my belief. A little bit more, I think, still. Yeah, something like that. And then you can get on retrograde. You can look back and see, well, the moon? Is that Kerbin? Wow, Kerbin's far away from this point. And there's our boy that we left and went off on this adventure. Okay, so bring me nearer to where we're going to land then. Goodbye, space boat. We will return, and with all the sciences. So that was, am I wrong in saying like a 50-60 meter per second kind of a thing there that we just did? Cost-wise, anyway. Cost of our descent. I'm going to burn full on retrograde. Pulling down. And I might even get into a position. Again, we want to be long on this burn. Because we're going to slap down ourselves a little bit later. Which direction would my normal be? That's my anti-normal. So if I want to pull up, then I'll be leaning in that direction. And I'm sure I will be doing that as we go. But for now, let's just descend a little bit more. Yeah, pretty good aim, actually. And what we want to do is burn retro, but push ourselves a little bit that direction as well, so we don't land on this hillside. Let's deploy landing gear. And start burning in the direction that we want to be. Down to 111 meters per second. Go ahead and continue that burn. And now we're on the correct line, so I'll go hard on retrograde. But we still want some forward velocity. Not too much. The closer we can land to here, the less we'll have to change as we go. The less we'll have to move back to get across to bounce from this spot to this spot to this spot. So starting with 1,600 and some meters per second, down to 1,400 now after the inclination adjustment and heading for descent. Okay. Yeah, this is actually pretty good. I might not want to mess with it too much. We'll go to 4 times Fizz Warp. We want to make sure that we're actually over the flats. It's easy to not be. And I'm just going to stop our lateral velocity so that we're more or less just falling at this point. A little bit more. It's got our retrograde pretty up and down. And Bob's first landing in his new landy lander. Go ahead and F5. Lots of rocks around. 50 meters per second. Lot to scrub for this descent. It'd be a good thing that you F5'd when you're coming down at these speeds. I think we're okay. I think that was a pretty good, like, suicide-ish kind of a burn. Okay. And the gentlest of touchdowns on the surface of Minmus. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, you may return your tray tables to their full and upright positions, and feel free to smoke about the place if you wanted to. It looks like everybody's already smoking. Have I been rescued yet, says Pika Pop? You don't need a rescue. You're the guy who rescues. You know, what is it? You're not in this spacecraft with me. I'm in this spacecraft with you or something. You're fine. So where are we right now? Yeah, that didn't help at all. But that we do know now that they want like 2 Whoppers, small fry, some snow cones or something. Bob, where the fuck are we? Give me a crew report. Well, if I just press the 1 button, we'll find out in a hurry. So, using all of the features of our new craft, give me all of the science. We are at just straight up, average old, everyday ordinary Minmus Flats, which is fine, even though we've been here before, because it's data that maybe we haven't put in the lab before. And some of it's still worth something anyway, so grab it. Yeah, we want the crew report, atmospheric pressure scan, seismic, temperature. There's 2 temperatures. Wait, is this the second temperature scan? Because I know we've got 2 thermometers on here. Next time that there's a engineer in our neighborhood, just have him rip those off. You have data in you. I want you to just keep that data and never bother me again. Would be my goal. So, okay, now that we're on the ground and we've collected that data, actually I'm going to have Bob step out. He can't because the hatch is obstructed. Oh, shit. Oh, shit, a fundamental design flaw. I didn't realize that this is going to block that. Fuck me, what are we going to do? Oh. Oh, right. Right. As a matter of fact, it's a little bit dark out here. There we go. There we go. Now we know. Bob, would you mind stepping out for us? Thank you very much. And from this position, what if you were to remove your... No. Take a EVA report, Minmus's Flats, and then you took a surface sample from the ladder somehow. The man's arms are just... It's incredible. Good. Would I get you more XP if you planted a flag? I think we've got to plant a flag just in case that's a thing. Look at that. That's so good. That's so good. You could just walk off, couldn't you? Yeah. Nice. I think I'll plant a flag, and then we'll know where we've been. You know, so flag the plant. Banana! Hello, Lord Crazy of Life. That was horrible. I apologize for the sounds that just came out of me. This is Minmus Flats science. Yes. So now we know. Now we know that Minmus... Did you notice that before I clicked in the description box, it wouldn't let me just click OK to save it? That's the high quality of just fine polish you can expect from Kerbal Space Program. Yeah, that's all you need to do. I mean, we could look around for a rock, and we've actually got... I mean, that might be a real one. You see how it's got like a different coloration to it. Oh, no, that's just... It's huge, is the thing. But if there were a real rock around, we've actually got an arm, mobile arm on this thing. That could be... None of those are real. It's all fake and false, and it's all a lie. But yeah, he's gotten all the things that he would get, right? If I jumped... Well, you can't do that yet, because you've still got another EVA thing in here. But we could make sure that we've gotten the EVA from nearby as well. So stand there, and store your experiments, and then jump, and then give me an EVA report. And now we've got from space just above Minmus's Flats also stored. And then we'll get him back on board, and we'll collect it all. We'll go to site number 2. F. B. And then hit the 2 button, and that should suck all of the science that we just collected into our experiment storage unit. And that's sucked all of it that it could do. And I'm just hoping, yes, he got the thermometer data out of there, the one that's embedded under here, because oops. It didn't get, but that's fine, that should block it from now on. But that should be all the science that we could possibly. And just because we can, and it's fun to watch these things move, we'll just close that up, because we're done with this site. And then lock it. F5, and we're going on to the next site. Name the flag Banana. No, I need these to actually mean something now, so that we can keep track of where we've been and where we haven't and which sites we've gotten. So you need to go to the west, which is one of these two directions. I think it's that way. I mean, yeah, well, if I just zoom way out and yeah, that's the direction that we want to go. Stop pressing all of the buttons. I told you I was out of it. SAS can go back on, and west is going to be the 270 on the ball, which is down this way, so I'm going to be doing that to go thar. Can I just spin you a little bit? Just twist you over in the direction I want to be. In fact, I might just aim you directly there at the dip and head for that instead of going straight on the 270. Because, yeah, no, I should just go straight on the 270 is what I should do. Alright, don't break our landing legs. I'll pull them in and I'll put them right back out. There you go. And F5 again, and we're going. We are a-going. So, get us some speed, little upward, but mainly lateral. Just get us over this hill. And that should do it. So, back onto our retrograde. Yes, sir. Tuning in after a long time. Good to still see stoner shit ongoing. Is stoner? Stoner? What? What do you mean? What? There's a real rock. Fuck. We could have landed on a real rock with this thing. I should have just landed this first, but... yeah. Is there another real rock ahead? Like, that looks... realish. That's probably actually real. Yeah. Stability assist. That looks real to everybody else, right? Yeah, that's a real one. I don't know if we can get like a scan off it or if it'll really be worth anything to us. But I'm gonna try. Get on your retrograde. We're not at like a warp here, are we? Because it just feels like, damn, Minmus. Getting a lot of speed. Give me F, because I need to lean in a certain direction, and it's that one and that one. Uh-huh. Get me in this direction, please. Don't want to be going back up, but do want to get close enough. And I believe it's our buttocks that we want to be nearby. This is, by the way, a solid and physical thing, so if we run right into it, that's not good, is what that is. Isn't. What it isn't is not good. Okay, there you go. Sure. Can also break our solar panels on it, is another thing that we could do, if I do poorly. Hit. Okay. And we are on the ground, nearby to this giant friggin' rock. With 1144 meters per second in delta V left. We started with 1600. We've hit 2 sites so far. But we did have to do a correctional burn at a cost of only like 60 to 80 or something like that. So, But I'm immediately interested to find out, one, are we close enough? Let's see. There's no target in range. Scan distance is 2 meters. So we're not close enough, or this just won't be a valid target for it for some reason. I could just try and, like, scooch us in the direction of the rock. We do have monoprop, right? So if I switch us to control point forward, because that's how the monoprop is set up to work, can I nudge us in that direction? So that's lift, and then N would be pushing us back. The idea would be maybe bring the gear in. F5, by the way. Bring the gear in. Yeah, that's useful. That's not helping us at all. That RCS is mainly for docking, which is why it's so weak. I think that's a pre-breaking grounds rock. Really? Really, last Dolphinator? I thought these were. I think we just got to get closer to it. Is using RCS for such landing worth it for such small spacecraft, or is the entire engine monoprop? I didn't use RCS for landing on this. This is LFO down here. We've just got some monoprop, and I thought it would be nice if we could use that to push us back with control. But this doesn't even have enough force to do that. So I guess I'm gonna have to actually try and just with the main engines. Lean us in hard. Okay. So now we find out if this has something in scanning range. Does it not think we're on the ground or something? SAS off. Scan olivine formation. Okay, we've got it. To scan out. Yeah, honey. There you go. Scan that. Ooh, we got the sexiest pictures. Look at those feet. An olivine formation from Minmus' surface, jutting out from a salt flat on a low-gravity moon with no atmosphere. More impossible evidence that Minmus may have once had oceans? This isn't actually ice cream, people. Like, do they really not know that? Are they... Something wrong with these motherfuckers. Save that. So that's good data. And now we're parked right up against it. Look at my lights making it look even cooler. So yeah, good scan. Good scan. F5 me from here. Run all of the usual science. Hello, old man. Hello, Der Hannenbogen. It really, I thought it was Bah Humbug for a moment. Der Honigbaum. Der Honigbaum? Yeah, that sounds about right. If you can clip into it, you can't scan it. Try quick saving. Just see if you want me to blow my ship up. I know what a thing is before a thing is a thing. And these things are things. Things. Temperature scan, crew report, atmospheric, seismic. That's not it. Oh, we didn't reset. Oh shit, the hatch is oh my god. A design flaw. We put the thing here and now we can't get out. How are we gonna possibly? Oh, right. Right. That's right. Step out, Bob. I forgot he needs to do a thing for us, but before he does, take a surface sample. We'll give me an EVA report from here. And it's just, we're at the lowlands. We've been here before, but we've never taken that, we've never taken that science and put it in a science lab that we've got in orbit right now before. So it should still be worth something to us. I need you, Mr. Bobbert Kerman. Okay, don't accidentally knock off our solar panels or something. Come on over to this side of things. Land it. Good. And I need you to restore. Oh, did I pull it in? Oh no, yes, I did pull it in. I did pull it in. Media restored modules operation, because that's from the last scan, not the one that we just did, because we weren't able to do it because it wasn't restored. I've got it. Bob. Quit glitching through space and time again. We all know you're a Time Lord. Get the fuck over yourself. So, another flag. Thank God we brought just a stack of flags for this mission. KSP-1 Minmus is made of ice, I think, but they found out that's actually impossible, so they are making it out of glass in KSP-2. Really? Why would it be impossible? I mean, the low surface gravity, so it couldn't have concentrated the water into a liquid. It would have always been in a gaseous... What? I can explain. Listen, have you ever seen like any science fiction film? It can be explained. You just got to reach for it. Don't give up on your bad ideas that early. Drive them straight off the cliff. So this was just straight up Minmus Lowlands scienced plus olivine. Plus olivine, big olivine rock. And then I can't just click OK, but I can. It's, the UI. Thank you. Why were you just stamping? Do you need to pee? Do you need to pee? You want me to send you back in? So yeah, now back into the ship. Just up over top. Why not? Do you want to stand on the rock? Just for funsies? You gonna stand on it? Cool. Now you've stood on it. I think you could probably mine it from... Well, you can mine it from some... I don't know if you can mine this. It might be too big. We got the scan, though, and I'm pretty sure, sadly, that is the same thing in this game. That bringing a specific scientific instrument to take the study in, you know, the specific location without adjusting. It's worth the same value as picking it up and taking it home. That's great. So perfect. In terms of gameplay as well as science. Both of those things make perfect sense. What are you doing now? I need to take the things that we didn't get here before, which were mystery goo and materials study. I love that materials study bag. It just looks so good. Only thing that would, like, here's how you improve it even more. If you put, like, its own light source on the inside, and then after the doors opened up, it did a little flicker on, a little that kind of thing. That'd be even. Materials studies for Minmus's Lowlands. We got that, and we got the goo now. And because we did that, now I'm going to hit 2. It'll suck everything that it possibly can up into our storage, which now has 18 bits of data apparently stored in it. And I need you to get back out, Bob, and restore those things again. Okay, I don't want you flying around too high here. Just wasting my time is what you'd be doing there. But I need you to restore these again for the next site that we go to. So restore, step off, Bob. Just step off. Genuinely, just step off. Whoa, will you? Whoa! There you go. Good landing. Grab onto the, and then board it. Okay, and then pull in our docking port. Lock it in place. F5. I think we got all the science from here. Kerbal is too close to the sun for the ice to exist for extended periods of time. You can only mine the tiny rock. Kerbal is too close to the sun for the ice to exist for extended periods of time. So it never would have frozen at the rotation that Minmus is something, and then there's the sun and the fact that Minmus isn't in a locked, like, there's... Okay. So it can't freeze. But what if it wasn't water then? Like, that's all you gotta do is say it's not water. It's not ice. It's frozen something else that has a higher freezing point, you know? It's... I don't know what you do. Maybe, snow cone? Maybe it's dry ice. It's carbon, it's monoxide, it's something else. It's another gas that is compressed to a liquid and frozen at a much lower... I don't know. It never stay frozen, so they made it out of glass because that would actually be possible. I mean, if that's the kind of thing that they're concerning themselves with, and like doing press releases or people know about, could you make sure that this time there's a game in your game? Could you make sure that this time when you publish your game that there's game in your... You know, neat to make sure that the the canon is correct or something like that. But I'd be more concerned with if you could, I don't know, less procedurally generate every mission and make sure that things work, and, you know, maybe like landing legs and wheels on the surface of things actually function out of the box, and heating like doesn't cause a bunch of bug glitches and like there's a lot more concerns of mine is what I would say. Colonization will be a real thing too. We'll see. I want to believe that everything's going to be the best. We're going to this site now. I've F5, we got all of the stuff. I've bitched about Kerbal a little bit. It's time to just carry on. Okay, SAS though. Just a little bit down the hillside is all we got to do. I don't think you're going to make it with that blast pod. Me neither. Oh shit, and we're controlling from the wrong direction. Control from up. Right, and we don't F. We don't have enough. You thought I was in danger. And we're not incorrect anyway. Let me just give us a little bit more speed in that direction so I don't got to keep doing that. Definitely understand the issues, but KFC is such a big game, I can excuse it. No. See, that's the thing is, like, because it's such a big game, you just have to be, good. You have to be good about it. You have to build systems that are, reproduced every time that you use them. You prove a concept, you write a library, you have an API of functions, and you know that they work because they work. And then you don't, like, reinvent the wheel every time you need another text box. You don't, you have one system that works and functions, and then you reproduce it over and over and over again. You use the same things, and then you know that they're not going to go crazy and not going to go stupid, and then you can test for edge cases, and it, in other words, you design a game, and you do the whole job. And Kerbal has this, like, broken kind of everything, and it's duct taped together, and this system works this way, and then it doesn't work this way, and you get into this situation, it doesn't work anymore, and so I'm looking for a consistency of the coding so that they're building off of functions and modules and classes that they have developed that they know should work the same way every time. No, for example, little things. I mean, this is really petty, but in mission control, if you go to your list of, like, contracts that you've completed, one, you can't sort it by the order that you did it in, which would be, I don't know, the only way that I'd ever want to look at that. But it's sorted alphabetically, except for the letter R. Except for the letter R, which is at the bottom for some reason. So it's alphabetical, and then it gets to R, and then that's at the bottom. How do you even do that? How, like, you'd have to willfully do, like, there's just built-in functions that sort a table based on a string. Like, you can just say, resort this table, and if the first thing in the is a string, then it'll just be, oh, okay, I guess we're going by letters here. Like, you don't have to write that. That's already been done. Since 1964, that was done. How do you create a system where it sorts by alphabet, except for one of the letters is out of sequence? What? And that's the kind of, like, just duct tape shoestring way that this whole thing came together over the course of 11 years of development. And I want consistency from the code and consistent behavior. But more important than that, even if the game's a buggy piece of mess and everything, I just want a game. I want the contracts to progress in a way that it's like, you don't have to do anything at any time that it tells you, but it guides you along, and it has you doing a thing at an appropriate time to be doing a thing that makes sense, so that you're teaching new players when they come on board and they're trying to wrap their heads around, rocket science. You're helping them as opposed to hindering them, that you're being clever about how you unlock the missions and what you suggest a player goes and does at any given time, because, like, one of the things that comes up over and over again in my head is the idea that Minmus is so much easier for an unfamiliar player to get to, circularize, have more than enough delta V, and then land on. The only thing that's complicated about Minmus for a new player who has no idea what they're doing is that it's got an eccentric orbit, and that's a significant stumbling point. So the game gives you all of these moon missions first and sends you to the moon and asks you to do things at moon, and mun, which is so much harder to land, so much harder to have enough Delta V4 in the first place, so much harder to everything. It costs more to get there, it costs more to land, it costs more to come off, and a new player doesn't know what it's going to cost because the game doesn't give you that information in the game. You know, like, what I want to see him do is stuff like, what we should do is tell you to go to the moon because it's the nearest one, it's the easiest one to get you familiar with the idea of getting the orbit, the circularization, but not a landing. And then maybe in the story of the game we say, in your last pass during the moon, we picked up some reflections from Minmus that make it really interesting. We want to go there first. We think it's going to be much more something. Just give us a reason to go to Minmus first, but not first. So you train the suborbital and orbital mechanics on the stable plane of the moon, but then before you ask them to do a landing, which is fucking impossible, it's just very difficult at them. It's not impossible. For a new player, it's very difficult. It's a spike on the difficulty curve for someone who's never played before. Send them to Minmus first. And you know, but you've already familiarized them with the idea of getting out to a place, and then what they have to learn is just that. And then they're at the place that's the easiest to land on. It's like you can create a gameplay flow here that teaches as well at the same time as it's telling you a story and that's engrossing you. That's the kind of thing that I want to see in terms of gameplay. You know, if they're going to do procedurally generated missions like they've done here, please, for the love of God, like, put in some filters on your procedural generation so that the missions that it's generating are not fucking stupid, are not ridiculous. Like, you ask things of players to do. Like, one of the first things that the procedural generation asks you to do is like, hey, there's 3 places that we want you to run a thermometer scan or something like that. You haven't unlocked any plane parts yet. Even if you did, we're going to put these positions at 18 kilometers up where you can't fly any of the like planes that are, you know, with plane parts. So it's not a plane mission, it's a rocket mission. And what we want you to do, new player, one of the first things we're asking you to do is fly a spacecraft in atmosphere to 3 specific locations that are above a certain thing in a certain radius, get a temperature scan, then go to the next one, get a temperature scan, then go to the next one. What you are asking is dumb. Nobody would do it that way. You wouldn't fly a spacecraft or a rocket ship to 18 kilometers and take 3, you know, measurements and then bring it back down, because that's not what they're built for. If it's supposed to be a plane mission, you've given it out when you don't have the plane parts in order to do that, and 18 kilometers is too high to be asking. There's just such a, we didn't actually think about this, we just wrote some randomized shit and threw it all together, and it's a shame. It's a hell of a shame. Because they've made, you know, the best, like, astrophysics sandbox that you can actually, like, interact with and live in this world that they have. But as an educational tool, as something that really, like, grabs your attention and keeps you interested and gives you a reason to keep playing, it just doesn't exist. You got to bring your own fun. You got to make your own fun. And they could do it so much better without anything that they don't already have. In KSP1, they just could have made this differently without just no crazy new systems that had to be invented. Just use what you've already written, not stupidly. And they would have had a really great game. But what they have is a really great sandbox that somebody tried to duct tape a game to. Now, that is my kind of content. I was just cleaning out my following list, but you get to keep yours. Hello, Zotmeister, rather. Even if it's completely broken, I'll definitely play it. Right after a flyby, it wants me to land on Eve, which is terrible. I started with the moon. It made Minmus feel free. Right, so if you learn on Minmus, then you go to the moon. It's just so much more rewarding. This one started with so few people, I'm thinking that with 2, it would be more refined. Yeah, now that they've got a brand and a license, and it was like 11 years of a slowly developing passion project that suddenly caught on fire with some YouTube exposure and stuff like that. It was out there, but it was still like a small development team, super indie. You know, there's certain things that are fair enough, but after 11 years, it just feels like the people who were working on it, what they needed to do once they had, like, caught on and were actually in a position to make a bunch of money, is hire in some, like, programmers who have done this before. because it didn't seem like the people who made KSP have done game design. They're very good coders. They can do the math of fucking Hohmann transfers and, you know, all that kind of stuff. You got some strong structural fundamental, but you needed a designer, a game designer who would have told you, no, don't do that. Don't do that. And don't reinvent the UI text box pop up every fucking time you need one. Like, you got the flag interface here. If you would have built everything around the flag interface, I dropped the flag down. If you would have said, okay, that's a text thing that a player can interact with, and you set certain rules for that, and then you just change the color and shape of it wherever you want to use something like that, then you've got a system that works everywhere for everything that you can test in all of the places and see that it's going to fundamentally work. We plant a flag, which we're about to do again, and I type things into the subject bar, the OK or save button is still not active yet. But if I click in the subject line, now it becomes active. But if I don't click in the subject line and the save button is inactive and I just click on the save button, it still works. So it looks like it's inactive, but the thing isn't being updated, and it's like you write one solid class function, one solid class that contains the functions, and then you just know that it works. It's going to work everywhere within your game. Once you get it working in the one place, it's going to work everywhere else. And you can just skin it up differently. That's all you got to do. But it's a lot of repeated building the same thing over and over again in this game that, you know, just from a programmer's perspective, you can see the minds. You know, you can just see that it was a sloppy development kind of a thing. They were just getting done whatever it was that they were getting done, and they get to another point and go, I don't really want to figure out how to shoehorn that system that we built before into this. I'll just write it from scratch. And that just creates just a bug nightmare at that point. You create too many places where things are going to go wrong. Okay, F5, we hear you, Pawn. F5, give me all the science that we can get from here. Should be 6 things. Yes. So we're on Great Flats now. We have been here, yes, before, but we haven't gotten all of the science. And we also, of course, again, haven't processed it in a mobile lab. Honestly, I should have been double taking science if that was possible. You know, like keeping a copy of every piece, and then we could take every piece home and have a copy that we send to the mobile lab to turn into data. That would be even smarter, but we haven't done that. So let's not talk about how other people should have been smarter about what they were doing. So what's next? We got all that science. I'm not going to suck it in yet. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and suck it in. Suck in the science. And then Bob gets out. He gives me a EVA report. He gives me a surface sample from the Great Flats. We want you to plant a flag, but before you do that, just step off of there. Turn around if you can without bumping the ship. Give me a jump up and over, because I want you to come over here and restore our science experiments. Yep, there you go. And restore Mystery Goo. Restore Science Junior. Good. And then we do want a flag. Yeah, just fall. There you go. Step a little bit away from the ship, because we know that when you plant a flag, the way that physics interact, like there's so many little things you can point at this. Like a flag just pops into existence and then has physics, and if there's something in the range that also has a hitbox of it, it has that sudden kind of, you know... It's just other things that a different firm that had done this before would have made it so that you couldn't place a flag if it was nearby and was going to interact with something that was already there at the least. You know, and maybe they actually have that mechanic. I just know that we have placed a flag too nearby a ship before and seen it go flying off. Maybe it's supposed to work, maybe it just doesn't work in all situations. So another planting of a flag, right? We don't need another surface sample or EVA report, we just took it. So once again, yeah! Okay. And then, so this is going to be Minmus Great Flats? That's what it said, right? We're on the Great Flats here. Great Flats, and that's it. Science. Alright, now look, it's inactive, okay? If I press OK, it's immediately active. Little things. I mean, the point of the UI is to communicate to you that it's ready to be used. It's not. It doesn't. Let's see. Third cardinal rule of programming, never do anything more than once, says Ottmeister. It's, you know, if you can build one system and then just, you know, and then you've got like, oh, well, that system works for that, but we need another system that adds functions to it that, I mean, it still fundamentally does that, but it does more, and we don't want to put all of that into there. Well, that's what classes are for. That's what class hierarchy is for. Then you create a new class that is based on that class that inherits all that stuff, and then you add the other things to it that it needs to have. And then you build a structurally sound class hierarchy that you can pull from whenever you need something, and it will just work because it works everywhere else. They overcomplicated it over the 11 years, but honestly, it's pretty amazing they even made it work, especially in Unity. That only makes sense, though. If you're too close to the flag and throttle up, it would take it out. And you know, you could do a thing where you can't place the flag in a certain position that's near enough and that kind of a deal, but that still won't prevent things from moving into the area while you're trying to place the flag, and then the physics would also already kick in. But you could, you know, care about that. And, you know, really, if that was a concern of yours, you could make a system where the physics of an object, if it's spawning into a place, do not apply, you know, will not interact with anything else that is a spawned entity until the two collision meshes, the two collision boxes, are separate from one another. If colliding at spawn, then just do not interact with any collision that is other than terrain, kind of. Like, there are ways to do that if you're thinking about it long term and building it from the ground up and trying to like come up with a solution that will cover all scenarios from the beginning. You know, there's things that can be done that they didn't. But it is, you know, amazing for such a small firm to have managed to put all this together and give it to us in a way that it is supremely moddable. And other people have been able to fix a lot of the problems that are in the game, or help to gamify the game, or, you know, add content and fill in spaces and redesign the tech tree so that it's more fun, or makes a little bit more sense, or progresses in a way that you can learn as you go instead of just being overwhelmed by a whole bunch of parts that don't necessarily go together and they're telling you to use the wrong thing at the time. Don't get me started on the DLC giving you that little fucking onion reentry module as an alternate pod at the very beginning of the game. Don't get me started. But that's, so everybody's inside. We're going to suck up all of the data yet again, because there were some things in Bob's pockets that will now be in here. We're up to 26 data stored, and we've hit 3 landing zones, and we did that in, let's say, about 500 meters per second, because some of it was to changing our inclination. But if we count the changing of the inclination, then it's still, we started with 1600, we're not down to 1000, so we're talking about 500 meters per second for those 3 sites that were right next to each other. Where do we go now is the question, because there are other sites. This is the other one that I used to use for the Kerbal speed run, because this, and this are 3 different regions. But this is the flats, which is what we just got from there. So that's just flats, so there's no need for that. This is just lowlands, which we just got from there, so we don't need that. So really all that's valuable to us is this larger area that will be presumably the greater flats. If these are the great flats, those are either the greater or the lesser flats. I don't know. But from where we are right now, it's definitely tempting to just go polar and land on the poles, knowing that that's going to be one that we haven't gotten. I know we haven't gotten that before at all. It's terrible at the start, but I love it once I get a fairing. Yeah, I've just got so many. I've written up design documents before when I was really obsessed with of like how you would do this, how you should do this. You've got all the pieces there. Just change what you do when you do it, and you've got it. I mean, another fundamental thing is you've got this. It's a solar system, right? And for the longest time, Squad resisted the idea of actually giving you Delta V readings in game. They didn't want you to know. They wanted you to figure it out by sense of smell. And then they eventually decided to allow you to have Delta V readings in game. Okay, now that you've come off of that bullshit that doesn't make any sense, especially for an educational game, that you're not going to tell us how much DV we've got. We're just supposed to snap big Lego pieces that are full of fuel on and guess. When they finally gave us Delta V in-game as you built it, what they did not then go back and do, which was like the biggest, most obvious gamifying of this whole system, is give you an unlocking Delta V map as you play the game. You know, wouldn't that be cool? Instead of having to have a tab open constantly with a Delta V map. And wouldn't it be neat to feel as though by playing the game you're rewarded by learning about the, solar system and that kind of thing, so that once you launch a ship that goes up to the moon, doesn't land on it or anything, but like just a flyby of the moon, if you can figure out to slap enough fuel together to ship it and to get it to just graze through the sphere of influence of the moon, now when you come back, you get a little text pop up that says, we've figured out, our science boys did some calculations based on your moon flyby, and we figured out that the moon is gonna require at least this much to get to this area, and then you like add the information as you go, and unlock the information that you need for like a landing and an orbit and stuff. Like a flyby, simple flyby unlocks the Delta V map for landing, orbit, and flyby the moment that you touch the sphere of influence. What a beautiful way to gamify the game that would be. Yes? West same distance at the lake you are on, that will be Midlands. Oh, thank you, little magnets. So from where we are, if I zoom back in, west from this lake, like up here, this ridge, certainly looks like Midlands, doesn't it? It's usually a little bit discolored, for the Midlands. That's very high. We might, if we landed there, if this happens to be slopes, which it probably isn't, but if it happened to be slopes, then that's 2 more that we could get there. Okay, I'm willing to go for that. Going against the rotation of the moon, though. So. It's Minmus, nothing costs anything. But yes, we want to get west, get to the top of that slope, and settle down, and we want to be right on the edge to see if we can't get slopes, if it doesn't happen to be that. So west is the 270, and that's right behind us. Like right behind us is the 270. So we can't actually see that slope. It's so far over the curvature of Minmus yet. Yeah? Yeah, we got to cross the entire lake here. If you land right at the top of the slope, it will be slopes. I did it by accident on my most recent save. That'd be great, because then that's two things that we don't have, like, all of this landed gear science for. So, again, F5ing. Pretty sure we got everything from here, right? Yeah? Yeah. Yeah. So, I'm just going to lean us due west. Apparently, oh, well, see, now we've got a nice roll bar there that I forgot that we had. Unlock, bring you in, settle, relock, F5, SAS on, aim me like that, and then we'll try and guess at what we need here. In terms of height and everything else, really. Just gonna get right down on the horizon from there and watch as the AP, we just want to get over to there with enough height. I'm gonna come back up a little bit. This is how NASA does it, right? Yeah, just lean the craft over where you need it to go and then launch. Okay, if the app is there, I think we're going to need more height. But we've got the speed and the direction. Yeah, we might need a little bit of height, is the thing. Oopsies. I have wasted a bunch of Delta V, is what we're finding out right here. Bunch of Delta V. Okay. We should maybe be able to clear that mountain. It'll be close. And I've made orbital velocity just to get over here. What a waste. What a waste. We still have the landing gear, yes. Are we controlling from... Yeah, it feels like we're controlling from the right place, so we must be. Controlling from up. Indeed. Slopes is majorly hard to hit usually, so definitely a good plan. Yeah, if we can get it, I'll be a happy boy. So that's where we're heading for, if we can manage it just past here. This is not a powerful engine, incidentally. Give me... like that. And because it's not a powerful engine, I really do need to start this up quite early of when I actually want to stop. And I'm going to need some more upward velocity as well. So, gotta pick my spot. Pick my shot, take my pick. No-nos. Now. Here's what I've decided. Okay, getting that upward velocity we wanted. Now dead lateral. Okay, if I kill the engines there, you can see the line. That if it slopes, it'll be the edge of that. Why do we have so much up right now? Let's have the sky above us, what if? And I'm slamming the brakes on now. See if we can't just turn this all into descent. That radial being where it is, pretty good indication that we've come to, that most of our lateral velocity is gone. Surface, however, is what we want. Yeah, that's why we were still moving. Okay, yeah, pretty big waste. Yeah, and we're still... Wow, the up, though. The up velocity. Let's make sure we've got that. Let's get on a retrograde. Ooh. I am going to have to lean a little bit this direction as we descend. Oh, man, this is actually a harsh slope that we're on, too. So, slow me down. And send me over here. Wait, no. There. That's where we want it. That speed. Negate our down. Wow, look at that. You're going back up. I'm not trying to go up. Just trying to stay up as we go. Okay, if we can touch down here, that's where I'll touch down. Wow. Yeah, there's your problem. SAS off. The forelegs are holding on this very, very steep slope that we landed on. Okay. Okay. F5ing from here, what a huge amount of delta V waste that I didn't have to. I think we threw away 100 meters per second, at least, that we just didn't need if I would have done that in a more controlled way. Alright, well, let's find out right now where we are. In fact, before I hit the button and end up with a bunch of stuff that I don't want, I'm going to try the crew report. Minmus slopes! We're here! Yes! Alright, then I'll hit the button. Getting all that good data. Materials study, crew report, atmospheric, seismic, temperature scan, mystery goo. Thank you. And then suck it all in. And then we need to open our hatch in the back. Lock it back up. F5 again. Bob, step out. grab me a surface sample, EVA report. You can go ahead and store those experiments in there. Come off the craft. And then we're going to jump back over the top of it, restore this goo, and then we want to plant another flag. So we know all the places that we scienced. So yes, restore your goo, restore your U. And then, bearing in mind what we said before about the ship and it hits a flag and then things ping off or the flag is put down too close to it and whatnot, land over here, put the flag down over here. Have you got enough fuel to do everything? Not all of Minmus in a single go, I don't think. But this is going to be a lot of different sites that we're picking up. So this was Minmus Slopes. Scienced. Okay. Jump it. Oh, damn, that was such a good jump. And I think that's all that we needed to do on the exterior of the ship. There are more rocks that we could scan, right? On Minmus, it's not just the olivine formations. There's something else out here. There's salt lick, salt Peter. Peter licks some salt. Something along those lines. You're back, and I hit 2 again to suck in any data that we can. Minmus's Slopes was remove the EVA report. Whatever you did it. And it's done. Unlock that. Close us back up. Why didn't that happen? Okay. Close us back up. Didn't register the first time I hit 7. That'd be another cool thing, is if the game didn't drop inputs. That'd be neat. F5. Honestly, what I'm hoping for in KSP, says Last Dolphinator, is more reasons to make something other than a manned ship. I want a reason to send exploration satellites and space stations. Other than a... I want other than a relay or a mission. I want them to make the solar system unknown and let us discover it as we go, giving us a reason for telescopes and probes to explore planets, learn their orbits and such, so that you understand the transfer better, making it more realistic to send Kerbals out of the goddamn star system. Yes, all of those things, you know, the amount of information that you could be gleaning and that could be available to you in the game. I mean, we've already just talked about having an in-game Delta V map that unlocks with it. But also, wouldn't it be nifty if for, you know, the discovering of Eve, you could, you know, unlock something by sending a probe into its atmosphere that you get information about the density of the atmosphere? Wouldn't it be just stellar if through your own gameplay you could unlock the modded in ability to like see, to have a rough estimate of what your landing point will be, to have rough estimates of like what angle you should hit the atmosphere at in order to slow yourself down enough to get a fair orbit without just guessing or installing someone else's work to the game in order to do that. Yeah, that's exactly the kind of thing that I'm talking about in terms of gamifying it, is to give you a reason to do all of the things, not just the one thing, you know, to build up. I know that there's a number of mods for Kerbal that were developed throughout the years that are like probes first and stuff like that rearrange the tech tree, that rebalance everything in order to try and do that. Better Than Wolves was, right? That was like the Minecraft mod, and then there's like Better Than Probes or something for KSP, because it, you know, it was doing the same kind of thing, was starting you off where you're supposed to start off, and then unlocking the things in a way that made sense and that gave you a reason to, you know, send a probe first instead of just sticking a little green man into a pod and throwing him at an unknown thing and hoping he survived. You know, it would just feel like you had more player agency if you knew what you were getting into in the game before you went. But that's all the science from the slopes. And now we should be Midlands, right? According to, was it Little Magnets? Yeah. So Midlands should be just a bit further in from this edge of this slope. when we get there, I'm not sure. Where are we in terms of how long we've been here? A little bit longer. Let's get to Midlands, and then we'll have a live stream break and figure out what's next. We've got 667 meters per second. Love seeing those numbers, because it's nice round thirds, and they rarely come around, you know. SAS, and we just want to keep going in the direction I'm already going. We want to go due west, which should be pretty much behind me, but it's like this. Turn the SAS on. Did I close myself up? You did. Just lean us in the direction we want to go and give us some velocity. And it doesn't have to be much, because we should be on the edge of it already. The deeper we go in, the more likely that we get exactly what we're expecting. So that little hop, I don't know, it's still... I don't know. I'm gonna go with it, though. And then kill it, and then find the down, and hit the SAS. I love Minmus. See how easy that is? You can not even be paying attention. You can just not do it right. Why would they send you to the moon first? Doesn't make any goddamn sense. So where are we now? Give me a crew report. Minmus's Midlands. Yes, perfect. Thank you, little Magnus, for putting me onto this. So F5 from here. Get me all the science from landed. 6 bits of data. So that's all of the Midlands landed science. And then again, unlock our bay, put it down, lock it back in place. This is why I put that on a thing, so that because sometimes it just will deny you of the ability to lock it. Are you locked? It's not. It's this. Are you locked? It doesn't matter. No, it doesn't. Bob, get out. Get us EVA report from Midlands, surface sample from Midlands. Okay. Another thing that I should have been doing along the way. We remember as we go. Oh, Jesus. There. Yep. Nope. Okay. Bob, the Flying Wallenza Brothers will be performing on the surface of Minmus today. Let me just store the experiments that you took. Jump back up. Head over. Well, you're jumping this time. Grab another EVA report from above Minmus's Midlands. I know it's data we've already gotten, but it'll be useful as something in the lab. Since you do happen to be down right now, let's go ahead and plant that flag. Bob's planted like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 flags now since we started this. Yeah. Yeah. All right. So this is Minmus's. Have I been doing that? Have I been doing the apostrophe? I'm gonna do it. Midlands Science. Thank you for that. And then again, you go, okay, nope, just watch out for the solar panels there. You're not an engineer. You can't repair them. Right down here, because I need you to reset our sciencey madoodles. So reset the goo container, reset the material study. I did get that stuff out of there before I did that, didn't I? Let me just check what's in here. How many? 34. Yeah, I must have. Must have? Did I? F, B, 2. I don't think I did. With all the things that I just pulled in there? Did I? Do I have to run this again? Let's, observe mystery goo. And then try and keep it and bring it in. Experimental media removed module in. Now I didn't get to see. Did we have it? I'm just gonna do both of them and then restore them. One way or another. By testing one, I have to get back out. Do it again. 2, suck it in. Temperature scan was already there, but this was not. No, I had fucked that up. We would have been throwing that bit away. Good catch after a bad oversight in the first place, but good on catching it. That's why I'm always, like, afraid. I wait until I'm significantly annoyed to actually tick the box that says, don't tell me that I'm empty, that it's inoperable after I do this again. You know, because it's like, it's a good reminder. Did you actually do the thing the way that you needed to do it? God, that is so close to hitting those space. You gotta stop doing that, Bob. I'm gonna dock your pay. Yeah, that happened. Good Kerbal Space Program. Alright, and then just 2 again to make sure everything's good. The temperature scan, that's fine. That's what we expect. F5. SAS is off. We're landed. And we have hit 5 different places. If I were to put flags back up, then you can see the trail of data that we've collected. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And now, like, highlands, the other kinds of flats. So we've gotten just straight up average ordinary flats. I believe lesser flats was what we already had on the ship that we brought back. This was great flats, but not greater flats, I think. So there would still be, if I'm right on all the things I said, there would still be greater flats to be collected. Minmus is greater flats. Polar stuff. Minmus is highlands. And I don't know. If anything else, you'll have to tell me. You'll have to tell me after this live stream break. We're going to have a 7-minute live stream break. 5 different sites scienced in an hour and 23 minutes. Bob, have you got the shot yet? How many times do I have to plant a flag here? They need science that unlocks knowledge about the planet that you actually need. I feel like to discover Minmus, you should put up a telescope or something. You discover Minmus, and after doing a flyby of Minmus, maybe they tell you they discovered Duna or Eve, and you set a probe to further explore this discovery. So you will find Duna, orbit the sun with Duna, and place a satellite into its orbit, and they give you Duna's orbital velocity, gravitational pull, distance from Kerbal, etc. Yeah, I mean, that's where you get into the game design and you try and figure out what makes the most sense, what's going to be the most accessible to an unfamiliar player, what's going to keep you moving along, but also what's not going to make you feel like you have to play the game, you know, the way that there's some story mode progression kind of a thing and you got to do it this way. But that's the whole thing of game design, is getting in there and figuring that stuff out from like a storytelling perspective. And just nobody did it at all in KSP1. So just doing any version of it, then we can criticize which version of it that you chose and what we think might have been better. But just to have any version of gameplay design in Kerbal will be great if they do it in KSP2. Hello, Vulcan Rider. Trying my 7th attempt at sticking the landing on the moon. See? This is what I'm saying. You don't send players to the moon first. You send them to Minmus, where it's easy to... And then they get familiar, and they get to the moon and go, oh, shit, this is harder, but I've done it before. It's like a boss getting... level boss. But, you know, good luck, Vulcan Rider. We're all counting on you. They want to add all the scientifically accurate planets. Give me every ounce of information if I want it. TFH, Arthak. Any ideas if these improvements of gameplay will come with KSP2 and when we will get to play it? No idea if any of the things are going to be the things, you know, because it's a completely different development team now, but the standard of Kerbal was set by the original developers, and I hope that they break it. I hope they get out of the world of that Squad sort of built, the zeitgeist of development that Squad built. But Squad's thing was simulator first. You know, it was always simulator first. And now you've got the simulator, it's been built, you've proven how that all works. get the gameplay elements in there. I just hope that that the attitude toward game design, because they wouldn't even let you have like the delta V readings in game because they wanted it to be like free and floaty and open, and if you want that stuff you can mod it in, and just like it's a blank canvas. You can do anything that you can come up with, invent your own story, and it's like, you know, you can give people the freedom to do whatever they want, and you can also like give them help to find something that's worth doing or that's fun to do or that would make sense if they want to keep playing. You know, you shouldn't have to find out by force of extreme failure after all of the effort that a new player can put into building what is, you know, a pretty simple ship, but they don't know what kind of fuel they need. You know, they don't know what they're going to need to get there because the game doesn't give them the information. Put all that information, then find out by force of massive failure that you need some kind of comms system. You need some satellites. You need a network of something, because you're going to go behind the moon. And then when you're behind the moon and then you're planning for your landing or something like that, you know, a new player is going to make the decisions they're going to make. And then they're trying to figure out what has gone wrong. And all of their input of what has gone wrong exists in like an icon that's up here, and that's it. Design. I really hope that we get game design out of Kerbal in KSP2, but I have no idea what we'll get. Except I do know this. I have gotten word on this. We are definitely going to get a 7-minute live stream break. So, yeah, stay with me across these 7 minutes. Go take a pee. Go do whatever you got to do. Grab a snack. Meet me back here, and we will carry on Minmus, collecting all the science. Pawn that out. Hello, I am the Ronin Pawn, and welcome back to twitch.tv/Ronin Pawn live stream on twitch.tv/Ronin Pawn. With the end of the music, you know how much I like it when I do that with the end of the music. That was completely accidental. I didn't see that one coming at all. Ooh, a surprise for me. We're on the surface of Minmus, and we're scraping it for all kinds of data. We've hit 5 landing sites so far. Lowlands, Midlands, Flats, Great Flats, Slopes. We got slopes. And we've been talking about Kerbal Space Program 2 and our hopes for what it might be. And necessarily our, disappointments with what Kerbal could have been. I mean, it's great, obviously. I'm playing it as it's all we're doing on the live stream these days. But it could have been so much more, and we hope that it does some of the things we're talking about when KSP2 hits. I wanted to say and didn't quite get the actual phrase in my mind out that with KSP1 I just feel like Squad did not make choices, that was their thing, that they were trying to avoid making choices. They made a platform, they made a solar system, and they just wanted the rules and to not have to make choices, and I just hope that they make choices this time around, They didn't want to do anything that would limit gameplay, and so they also didn't do much to encourage gameplay, and they didn't want to, get criticized for making a game that's hand-holdy, or that, especially from a player base that's very into, the technical on the side. I don't need to be told, and that kind of a thing. And they just, had a policy of trying to not make choices, and I hope that they make choices, and then we can criticize them for those choices, instead of having to criticize them for just not making any in the first damn place. Little Magnets cheering 5. If you think you have enough fuel, Highland is direct north, half to 2/3 on the way to the pole, and then after that, the pole. Ooh, 2 more sites that we could grab with our 640 meters per second of DV. And then we still got to return to orbit and sync up with our ship. That should still be doable. I think we can transfer to one more pair of sites. It'd be hard to get. We might want to get our line and then be heading in that direction and be checking EVAs as we go to try and find the edge between Highlands and poles. I mean, we really just need to go straight to the pole and then start coming south, I suppose, back from there if we really want to make sure we get them. If you have a return ship orbiting, you should be fine, says Last Dolphinator. Yes, and the return ship isn't even a return ship. It's just a science vessel that we park back up to and we do all the science in the lab. But yeah, that's what we've got waiting for us, and it matches the theme of the tugboaty pirate ship that Bob goes out on and yars his way across Minmus for science. So due north to the poles. The pole is pretty tight, if I remember, because we got close to a pole on one of our landings and thought I'd hit the pole, and I wasn't. I was just in Lowlands or something, it was generic. So, halfway or 2/3 to the pole to stop for Highlands. It looks like that would be Highlands right there. It gets dark and it gets high. Yeah, I think we gotta go for the pole anyway, and then on the way, I guess I'll decide whether or not I'm gonna slam on the brakes and try to go for Highlands, and have to generate the, spend the Delta V again to get going. Because if we end this thing at the pole, that's the other deal, is that we have to get back to the ship. As long as we can park ourselves in any orbit, the ship could come to us, but we would prefer it if we could come back to the ship instead of the very heavy mothership spending its fuel to come pick us up, we being that much lighter. But okay, due north from here. That's a decision that's made. So again, F5ing from hither. SASing. Have we... Oh, no, we haven't closed up the back here. Unlock. And pack us up. Relock. F5 again. Let's see if we can do this. So I'm going to be going that direction. Sounds like the kittens have managed to get in. That's one of the reasons why I was late back from the live stream break, was trying to push the kittens back out. They'd both come in. Well, two out of the 3. kittens out of the 5 indoor cats out of the 7 cats that hang around the house a lot. I mean, if you include the other 2, the outdoors. Oh yeah, there goes the green screen. You got some background kitten action now. And TF Hartech, was that how it? TFHA Tech. How do I say that? Welcome to the Big Dick Club with the subscription. Thank you so much for the support. I'm really interested in space, find it fascinating, but I have no experience in anything in that regard. Engineering, not that much either. Yeah, and that's been my main talking point for years with Kerbal Space Program, is build it with a mind for new players coming on board who don't. I didn't know what Delta V was, apoapsis, periapsis, your retro, and prograde. I didn't know any of that stuff when I started playing it, but I found it engrossing and learned as I went. And it would have been so much easier to learn, you know, your game should not rely on one YouTuber having a degree in rocket science. You shouldn't have to commission Scott Manley. I mean, they didn't commission him, but it's just like, your game should teach your game. Especially when then you package it up as like an educational experience and that kind of stuff. It's like, you could be doing this so much better and you know it. We're going north. We're going north, and I'm just gonna, balance us on the legs and point us toward the north, and then go! Due north. And we're already pretty high where we are in the Midlands, so not a lot of height to be gained, but maybe I'll just hold us on the 10. 10 on the bubble. Due north, and then we'll see. And then we'll just see. Wow, yeah, you're scraping it all right. We want to go to the pole, definitely. And it's not that much more Delta V to go all the way around once you hit the pole. Okay, that should get us to the pole. Let's make sure we're not hitting any of this land that's passing underneath us by 200 meters. Or you Twitch streamers. I have hijacked more than one stream asking questions. Yeah, and, you know, it's great for me, and I enjoy helping when I can. But the game should... And what was their solution to that? You know, it was, we'll just put the Wikipedia for the game in the game. And then the Wikipedia, like, the online KSP Wiki is so... There's been so many versions, so many changes. You can go and look at one page. It's completely out of date. It's not right anymore. That's not how things work. That's not where those things are. It's like interacting with one of Google's support pages. I am so surprised when I go like to look up something, some deep stuff about Gmail that I'm configuring for somebody. And, you know, they're saying, go to the, on the left side where it says settings and then down to there and the other thing. And I'm like, there's no settings on the left side. There's none of those buttons are there. If I click over here on the user thing, then I get settings. And if I hit settings, and then it's still not on the thing that you want. Oh, I think if I scroll down here, I think that's where you're trying to send me. It's like this giant corporation that has all the money can't get this shit right. What the hell? All right, so we've got a line to the poles. And the question would be, do we stop at the Highlands, which this might be right there. I mean, that is high. It's halfway. This whole section might be a highland plateau. We've got 488 meters per second of DV left, almost 500. If we scrub the 138, like, it's... I think maybe I'm happier to do that and then not go for the poles and know that we still need the poles. Because then it's actually a little bit easier to get back to the inclination that we need when we leave. It's not that much easier. Thoughts from chat? What do you guys think would be the way to go here? If I were to take a crew report right now, it would be just in space near Minmus, but if I unlocked and deployed and stood outside of the ship and did an EVA report, it's still Midlands. Okay, so we're not there yet, or we've passed over it. Do we stop at Highlands? Give me more warp. So let's see if this is Highlands. EVA. Highlands. We're over it now. Do I come down? Pull in our... that. Relock. Might already have passed it or be on the edge of it or all kinds of things. We're very close to the pole at this point. I think reopen it and check again. At the very least, I can be getting information for where this stuff begins and ends. Give me another EVA. Now it's Midlands. See? If we would have come down, we would have potentially been on the edge. I guess we're just going to the pole, if I can get it. So we see that our ball is starting to rotate. The faster it rotates, the more polar we must be. EVA. Above the poles. Alright, get back in, slam on the brakes. Pull in the docking port. Good enough. And we're going down here. F. And I will stop this lateral velocity, and then we'll just be falling down. That's about it. Yeah, that's a dead stop. 344 meters per second of DV as we come in for this landing. 500 meters to the surface. 25 meters per second speed. And a very efficient, if weak, engine that I need to be careful to, you know, if I let us get too much speed that I can't cancel quickly enough. 160 meters per second. Engine's full. 100 and something meters per, or 100 meters above the surface. Just give me straight up and down now. 8 meters per second velocity. Firing hard. Slowing our descent. And a nice little touchdown right at the pole of Minmus. Wow, look at that shot. That's fun. That's a fun one. Definitely on the poles there. Solar panels can actually see some light, so that's good. F5ing from here with 305 meters per second in DV to put us back into orbit and hopefully do all of the work twisting us to get back to the mothership. But now that we're landed, we're down. Oh, that's good. I like how lit you're lit right now. Hit 1 and collect all the data that we can collect from the poles. And so that's all 6 of those. I'm going to suck that in to our experiment storage unit. Unlock and redeploy our docking ports that we can exit. We'll take a surface sample and an EVA report. We will then store those experiments in here, because once Bob gets flying, we can grab another EVA report from just above the poles, something we've never had before. And then we're going to head over here, restore our science-y majiggers. So restore the mystery goo, restore the science junior. Step off the craft. Okay, and give us another planted flag. Let's see, run poem. What speed do you recommend setting down on the moon? I have had a couple of times where my landing legs bounced and the capsule fell over and I was done. I usually, you know, I'm looking at the impact tolerance of my landing legs, but usually the engine is right underneath there, and so if they flex too much, then the engine might blow. It depends on how you built it, kind of a thing. But, like, I'm looking for something less than 6 meters per second, and 6 is the absolute top. You know, I don't want to be going any faster than that. I want to be doing like 2 to 3 meters per second when I hit the ground is what I'm planning for in pretty much any landing scenario. But yeah, about that. So this is Minmus's polls. Science. Done all those things. What? Your gloves are dirty? You've just come through space, man. Get a helmet. You've got one. And you don't. So, is that all the things then? I think that's all the science. I think that's all of the sites that we're going to hit. That was 6 sites in one descent. Unlock. No, shit. There you go. Possible to tell when we're locked and unlocked without pulling up the menu. Lock. There you go. F5. Am I missing anything? The idea of taking duplicate science is not bad. Because we could send some of it home, and I'm pretty sure everything at the poles at least is something we haven't had well landed before. So if we suck everything in we've got right now, and then I hit the experiments again. And then Bob actually gets back out and gets us a duplicate of everything we've got already as well. So that would be, again, unlock with 7, deploy with 6, relock with 7 once it's settled, EVA, and then if you were to take the surface sample and EVA report again, and then store those in here, not in here, we'll be allowed to keep 2 of them, and get off of here. And then, yep, that way, please. Okay, and then while you're floating, I get another EVA report from above the poles. And so now all that science is going to be stored in the pod. Store that experiment as well. And then the idea would be, if I go around and collect all of this data manually, collect the data from everything, you can restore that. Then I can have a second copy of every piece of data that's stored in the pod separately from what's stored in the experiment storage module. Collect the data from there, and then restore that. This is another thing that you could take the data out of. That's, you need to be closer. And I don't want to jump because of our solar panels being right there. Take the data from that. Can't take the data from you because we can't run an atmospheric analysis. Is that all of it then? I think that might be all of it. So then, now that I've got those in my pockets, when I board, all of that data is then put into here. So now we've got all the stuff from the poles, 8 different things, which seems to add up with the surface sample and EVA report. But there should be 2 EVA reports. So if there's usually 6 when we're landed with the crew report as well, we got the seismic scan. There's from the poles landed EVA, surface sample. Just above the poles, so we do have the other EVA. Temperature scan, yes. Material study, sure. Mystery goo, sure. Atmospheric pressure. Is there something I'm missing? Because I just see that it says we've got 8. And I'm thinking if we usually have 6 things pop up when we're landed, and then we get the EVA, the surface, and then another EVA from over it, which is what we did here, then we should have 9. Is there another piece of science equipment on here that I forgot about? Because I got you. I know there's a thermometer buried in there, but that it should still have the same first thing that we got in it. I got the seismic. This doesn't run when we're landed, so that's not science. We can't run an atmospheric scan in a place that doesn't have atmosphere. Huh. I don't know what that is. what it would be if this isn't right. So we're carrying on then. The crew report. The crew report. Yes. Thank you. But it should have been taken when I hit the 1 key again. Crew report. Overwrite crew report? Okay, so the crew report is in a review state. It's not counted as the stored data unless I take it out and put it back in, which I will do now. Yep, that's it. Thank you. So take the data out of there. Now it's 9 that I can take out, and then when I reboard, now even the crew report is cleared and we have 9 data showing. Exactly. Okay. So unlock you and fold you up. And relock you. And then from the poles of Minmus. Look at that. What's a good view? I don't know. I don't like there being a solar flare in my face, really, at any point. Was not a fan of the Star Trek films, the new ones. Actually, I don't know if I would be or not. I never saw any of them. Why would I? Like, even the original Star Trek films from that era of, you know, Kirk and Spock and everything, I don't think any of those were particularly good. The 5 or 6 of them they made. I wasn't a big fan. The series was fine. It was TV. It was good. I enjoyed it. Yeah, the movies, I don't know, tried to take it a little bit too seriously or something for me. Which then you could say, well, what about, you know, the next generation? I'd be like, oh, no, you should take that seriously. Those movies were great. I don't think those movies were great. The best thing about the Star Trek The Next Generation era of movies was Data getting his, like, human emotions processor chip, you know, that he just had it. And then at the end of one of the movies, and the ship's about to crash, and they cut to Data, and, like, everything gets real quiet the moment before, like, the ship's gonna hit the ground, and he looks dead in the camera and goes, holy shit. Or maybe, oh shit. But he curses, and it's just like, oh, what a payoff for, like, an entire series worth of the android who can't even do contractions, you know, being able to, like, look at a situation, oh shit. Where are we? What's this? You're on Minmus, and you've gotten all the science you're gonna get. Right, F5. After every rant, F5. That's how we do it around here. I love that we got the perfect spot on the poles. We always have sunrise set. But, so from the North Pole of Minmus now, we would want to get back down to the HMS space boat. Can I? Yeah, that's what I clicked on. That is also what I clicked on. Wow, I'm double-clicking on Minmus to try and focus it, and it's just jumping me over to ships that are nearby it. But yeah, trying to get down to that line. So the thing is, if we wanted to do this as cheaply as possible, we would want to kind of blow all the way to the edge of leaving Minmus, and then up there do our twist, then come down, then negate that, and then do. I think. I'm not sure, actually, if that would work out to be the cheapest way to do it. Because what you'd do is you'd blow it all the way out to there, and then at your ascension point, your ANDN, your ascending node, you would then burn in order to twist, and it would be the cheapest that twist could be done because you would be at the slowest speed within Minmus's sphere of influence. In reference to Minmus, the slowest speed that you're passing, so a fart in the wind will move the ship incredibly. But then you would have to fall back toward Minmus's gravity well, and you would be picking up all of the speed as you're doing that, and then you have to negate that speed in order to drop it back down. So does that end up being cheaper? You save the delta V of the twist up here, but then you have to negate so much speed that you created by going that far out. The thing is, Minmus's gravity well is pretty lightweight. But I think the bigger question is whether or not we need to do that, and with 305 meters per second, I'm hoping that we'll be able to get here and then just twist onto the line. So you're going that way. From the North Pole, there is pretty much no way, no good way to know which direction I need to go in order to be anywhere. So I think we just have to head south, get on his line, and then make adjustments in order to try and link up with the ship again. Because, yeah, I don't know how I would possibly tell from the North Pole which direction was this way as opposed to this way. It's kind of all south at this point. And it's hard to get an estimation. So yeah, we're just going to go south, which is 180 degrees on the bubble. And I'm just going to try and get in orbit at around 10K like he's at, and then twist it from low instead of going high and going low and all of those things. So, that being the case, and try and spin the craft onto, just rub those feet against the surface of Minmus so that I can just pull straight down and we'll be going south. F5 one more time, and in 3, 2, 1, 0, negative, go. I'm just going to burn full lateral here on the 180, and we'll find out which direction we're going. That way. That's not bad. Yeah, that's not awful, but it's not great either. It is what it is, Pawn, is what you want to do there. That's what you want to say. Okay. So we've got an app at... Let's put it at 10K. We got a small parry there. If I were to try and catch him... I don't think this is a good idea. I think we should just keep wrapping around, but we can also get an idea of how much normal twist we're going to need to make this happen, and what the delta V is going to be. Okay, I've already messed up this node in ways that I can't even make sense of. So if I can just delete it, make me another one. And I'll do it from down here where it's a little bit easier to control. So if it's a normal twist, and it would be, to keep us going in the correct direction, give me more affect as I go. Maybe a little more height next time. Maybe like a little, just a touch extra height might be beneficial. Some of us is going to make it to orbit. We're fine. F9. I thought from the North Pole we probably weren't going to see any like higher terrain than where we were. That was it was to plan. It was all for your entertainment. Is the thing. I hope you recognize I didn't make a mistake. You were fooled. Ha ha ha, I gotcha. Leaning down again, and this time going off, and maybe even giving us a little bit of up before the roundiness. Yeah, he found something to hit. I'll tell you that. He found something to hit. We'll hold on the just below the 10 there if we can when we do this. Zoom back in, get an app. Okay, that app is already at 10. So from there, we'll blow out the rest of it. Just doing this a little less stupidly. What did we hit? What possibly is the higher terrain? Well, any of this really seems to be some pretty high terrain. So our app webs is at 10.6. We can watch here to find out when we're at 10.6. Oh, there's the ship. That's the one, and we're going to it too. That's the one we want to go to. It's passing us by in the wrong direction. That's so cool. That's so cool. All right, coming up on 10.6 now. Go prograde. And we're going to blow the rest of this app waps out to get a 10. I could be twisting as we get. It's not a good time to twist, Pawn. I know. I am aware. So up a little bit closer to the app. Prograde, orbital prograde, please. Thank you, and burn. And we've got 10 and 10 on either side. Yep, just under 11 there, even with the drift. So now we just need to catch him. We got 125 meters per second of DV remaining. I'm not F5ing across any of this stuff. Could you please focus Minmus? Thank you. Because what is this twist going to cost me? We might be doing this the right way, because we have to. Or we could always pick up the ship with the mothership. We could send the mothership to do the work instead of trying to do it ourselves. So that's already most of our DV. There's our DV. If I then start pulling back on the retro and then keep twisting and keep going just to see, we're already over the delta V that we've got on board. And lots more retro. Why can't I get that apoapse to come back down? Aha. Okay. And that's 220. And then we'd still need some work to be done to get in his direction. I want to make this perfect just so that we can be confident that I've done everything wrong. So, periaps and apoapse, and then a bit like this. Pull you up to there. It's not going to be pro and retro, it's going to be normal, is basically acting as the prograde from where we are. And then if I reduce how much change I'm getting as I do the little scroll wheel operations. Hit, 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 hit. And we wouldn't actually want to line up to him perfectly either. Hit, nope, come on. Because we either have to catch up to him or let him catch up to us. But that's 220 meters per second in order to get us more or less where we'd want to be on that line, and then we'd still have to have a difference between the two of us in order to so that one of us could catch up to the other, which would be done pretty easily by just letting some of this be out there further, and then after a certain number of rotations we would catch up to one another. He would be catching up to us and he'd have to go around the entire planet to get there. 220 meters per second. We're so close to being able to do that with the 125. We're not that close. We're 100 meters per second off of what we'd need. Well, I'm curious enough to find out if my original thing is actually cheaper, which is to just blow ourselves right off of Minmus to its furthest place out of the SOI and then slam on the brakes. We can always pick him up. The mothership has lots of DV. I'm just trying to save that DV while also, you know, having some fun experimenting and finding out what is most efficient. So yeah, again, my proposal is that we burn with prograde until our prograde is almost leaving Minmus's SOI. We go up to the top of our apoapse there, where we'll be the slowest in reference to Minmus. Then we do the twist. Then we come back down, and then we burn on our retro in order to negate the speed that we've gotten by falling back into Minmus's SOI, and see if that actually gets us that extra 100 meters per second that we didn't have doing it this way. So, one more time, once more onto the breach, dear friends, we will burn south. And still don't want to hit the, you know, land and everything. But we did go a little bit higher than we needed to last time. So, a little bit of height, and then, now that I've generated some, yeah, I think you better keep burning a little bit high. If you don't want to come back to the scene and find out that you're exploding. So from this burn, we just keep burning. And we let the apoapse just run and run and run and run. And run and run some more. That's, no point. That's not how you would do this. Is it? Not? No. And you're down to 70 meters per second. Because now our twist would be there, and we need to be able to twist here. So you would get it going a little bit around and then you'd have an apoapse. You want your apoapse right there, and then you continue the burn to blow yourself out that way, and then you twist from a higher rotation, then you come back down and scrub the speed. Okay. I just needed to work my way through it mentally, you know, by doing it wrong. So, boom, immediately. Leaving. For the 4th time or something like that. Ooh, that one went a lot better. So, I want my Apoaps to be on his line, is the premise here. And also, from all of our experience doing this, I should be turning more this way. I figured out what it would be to do it that way. Apoaps, boom. That's good, and that's like about the right height and everything too. Like, with 140 meters per second, that also makes me want to do this one more time. I know it's a 100 meter per second difference, but I want to look at it once more. Shouldn't take me too long now. I've done it once already. It's like this. Get our inclination change going up to about the 45. Once we're past the 45, then it's going to kind of revert to prograde and retrograde, turn into your normal. And then you just balance out which one of them gives you the twist that you need. And it's still going to be the 220, huh? Still the 220, but we're here with 140. Okay. Understood. You know, the other way that we could end up doing this is just letting, doing as much as we can and making it easier on the mothership to come to our inclination. And just going completely just dry on fuel. And then the mothership comes and catches us. But 209 I've gotten it down to, out of the 139. So that's plausible. But that's not what we're going to try here. I'm going to set up a burn from there. You are my target, incidentally. And then from this burn, from this location, I prograde out. Okay, that's a bit too much, I guess. We prograde there for like 70-something meters per second. It's half of what we've got, but man, it's so cheap. So we'll do it like that. And then from here, we then do our twist from all the way out there. We do a twist, and let's just go through the motions and do it without trying to simulate it in advance. Yeah. So don't F5 though, because there might be one more pass of this after we test this and just see how close we can get. Go to that location. We're not like hitting the ground. No terrain's going to... Hi, we're coming to get you eventually. Okay, it's warped me there. With a minute left, and then I just need my target. And yeah, let's have orbital readings until we're ready to go after that target, if we even get there. Wouldn't it be more efficient to cut the corner, so to speak, using lowest amount possible for north-south acceleration and incrementally increasing west-east speed before even reaching the equator? To be burning correctly the whole time at a lower throttle or something along those lines? Maybe. Probably. I don't know how you'd end up pulling that off in Kerbal. But, you know, with a computer to fly for you, maybe. 11-second burn time on this, so I'll burn it at half speed starting at 11 seconds, which is now. So we'll do half throttle in order to put half of this either side of where we're going. And I mean, it's just prograde. And there's our burn. Done with that. Now, our ascending node is right at the tip of our Apoaps, more or less. So if we add a maneuver, we've got 67 meters per second remaining. And then we just got to make sure that we're actually spinning it in the correct direction, so we'll be going the direction he's going, which is around this way. And when we're coming down, so we need this side to lift up to there, right? Because we're going this way around, so we need this side to roll that way, because he's going in that direction. So top needs to roll left, or from this direction, now top needs to roll right. Understood. Really? Are you sure, though? So yeah, it's the other direction. We want to be going anti-normal to get the spin started, and then retrograde to finish it off. And then we'll come back here, look at these two lines. It's so hard to read that line. And then with a more subtle deal, do that, wait for the AN and SN to, or AN and DN, sending node and descending nodes to switch, and that means we've got just perfect. And then if I take something off of the twist, that will now be our pro and retrograde that can get us down to the correct height. Presumably. So that's my projected periapsis. That's pretty good. 12 there. Just try and be better about it. If it weren't in a cluster, I would... There we go. 11. It's about 10.4. And that only costs us 12 meters per second. So this is what I was saying, is we get the rotation super cheap from out here because we'll be going so slow. But then we'll have all of the speed of falling back into the gravity well to scrub. So let's just go through the motions and find out how efficient this is or isn't. And also hoping that I did twist in the correct direction after. I at least tried. I tried to make sure that I was doing it right. If I didn't do it right, then, you know, fool me once, shame on you. So we'll do this this twist nice and slow, I think. Whoa, okay, and we're a little bit past it. That's fine. We can do it at our own pace. From out here, we're so damn slow, it don't matter. And there's our burn. Completed. 55 meters per second of DV remaining. And so now, if I refocus Minmus, if I refocus Minmus, if I refocus Minmus, there we go. Thank you, game. And we make one down here and find out how much it's going to cost to shave that speed off. Looks like we're going to do it. Looks like we're gonna... Okay, we're gonna be really close to doing it. That's great. That's beautiful. So yeah, that's a very real example of orbital mechanics, or I don't know. It's a very real example of how much DV you can save by doing things, you know, at the right time. We spent a lot of delta V in order to get way the hell out here, and it took us however long it took us to get all the way out here, but then we're moving so slow we can just twist it, no problem, real easy, and then we come down and Minmus's sphere of influence and gravity well is so low in the first place we don't even get that much speed back up that we have to get rid of. Beautiful. Beautiful. That's the kind of stuff you play Kerbal long enough, you've learned some astrophysics, and it's like, aha, aha. But yeah, I think we're in a really good position now with that. That's an F5. I'm committing to that, you know, plan of action. So, bring you back down, son. Yeah, took us like 3 days to get out to that Apoaps. And then the other thing, like another benefit of doing it this way, is also going to be, so burn time of 8 seconds. Is also going to be that we do get, with this engine it would be minimal, but we get, is it the Oberth effect? We're going so fast through the gravity well nearby the object itself that the speed of our end stuff, it makes the fuel more efficient because you're throwing the exhaust off of the ship with more than a 50-50 split of the energy, where 50% of it would drive you forward and 50% of it would drive the ship, or would throw the exhaust away. You're moving through the gravity well so fast that you don't have to apply all 50% toward the exhaust. The exhaust kind of slips out on its own a little bit. I'm going to wait for the 4-second mark here and burn full now, just straight on retrograde, and we will burn dry for whatever we can get. And we're out of fuel. And that leaves us with an apoapse of 22, which is going to work out great for this guy to be able to catch up to us. Because right now we're well out of sequence, and we're on either side of the planet. So yeah, that works out pretty good. I mean, it's a long waiting period if it mattered, if somebody were actually on this ship. But that's an F5, and that's brilliant. In fact, I think, so from this position, we can't do much more on this ship. We've got some monoprop. I don't want to spend it for this. It's mainly for docking. We're going to go back to the mothership. The mothership will go around until we're ready to link up. So switch to the HMS. Make sure I have F5'd. Switch to the HMS. Spaceboat, Mark 1. But yeah, very interesting to try and, like, in your mind process and feel as though you've come to an understanding of the Oberth effect. Because for me, it feels like the only way that it makes sense is to imagine that there is a time-space drag. That there's some kind of drag from time-space, that the warp of the temporal field because of the gravity well that you're within makes it so that the exhaust is actually, you know, pulled away from the ship or is left behind as you move, which doesn't make sense in a vacuum. Like, to just think about it purely and rawly and based on the physics that we understand. Are you crashing, or are you just taking your time? Or are we actually back in the game and something's gone? This is why you F5. Yeah, that'd be the game going and crashing on me, I'm pretty sure. That's fine. We wanted to talk about Oberth. Pop you back open. But yeah, trying to, like, wrap your head around Oberth. The idea that in a vacuum you make a combustion in a chamber, and then you've got a venting for the exhaust, and the energy is going to go equally into throwing the exhaust off of the ship through the, you know, exhaust through the vent that you've allowed, and then into the ship itself in order to propel the ship. Oberth says that at a high speed through a high gravity well, you ostensibly put more of that 50-50 split of energy into the wall of the ship as you're causing the combustion than you do into the exhaust that you're throwing the other way. And, you know, the concept of that is, but, you know, should it matter? Like, it doesn't matter, right? It's open space. There's no drag, there's no atmosphere, there's no anything like that. So why would the exhaust be removed from the ship? Because you're moving so fast. And what I think it comes down to, or at least what allows me to, like, conceptualize it, whether it's right or not, is just that idea that you are passing with such immense speed through a gravity well, which is a gravity well is a distortion of space and time, and you are moving through that distortion of space and time so fast in this gravity well that there is something that is not really, but I can at least choose to imagine it as a drag force that ends up sort of sucking the exhaust out, or allowing the exhaust to just trail behind you. You're leaving the trail of exhaust behind you instead of throwing it off, which you're not, because it's a minimal effect. It's not like, hey, and then suddenly you've got 60% instead of 50%. I don't think it's even 60. But it is, maybe it is. But it is something, and it's meaningful in terms of delta V when you're running a mission where every ounce that you send up costs a ridiculous amount of energy just to give it the potential energy by lifting it into space in order to then be valuable to you. But yeah, Oberth, I really like, you know, trying to conceive of it, because for the people for whom it matters, it's really just math. But in the concept of it, you know, for the exhaust to leave under some force of its own, you know, under some other force than just you throwing it off, it means that your speed in the gravity well, your passage through the space-time is so out of sync with the space-time that there is some mechanic by which it allows a drag of some kind of, a drag on the exhaust. It's like so weird to try and imagine in your head what exactly that is. But I like trying to imagine it, and probably being entirely wrong about it, but it's the best way that I've come up with, like, conceptualizing it in my head anyway. So, we should now have, yes, Bob Kerman should be on this orbital line. No, I came to the wrong ship. Son of a bitch. They're both the HMS thing. I just didn't realize which was which. So this is us. We're in orbit around Minmus, and now I'm going to have to do the transfer that crashed the game before again. Because I was trying to get to the HMS spaceboat over here, switch to you. Fingers crossed it doesn't crash again. It shouldn't. Rowan Point, you should do what Jeff did and build a rocket modeled after your little pawn. My little pawn? First off, I've built a lot of rockets that look like... Oh, you mean my little... Oh, yeah, sure. Are you musing about the Oberth effect? Yeah. Yeah. I like the idea of, like, trying to conceptualize it. Because, everything is... Nothing is concept, and everything we understand, we only understand conceptually. So, trying to conceptualize that and trying to, like, understand why somebody named Oberth would have looked for that and said, wouldn't this be like that? And then try to do the math on it and find out that it's correct. Or, could have just stumbled into the math on it while calculating something, related kind of a deal. But just the conceptualize, how do you hold that in your mind? That we're in open space, there is no friction, there is no atmospheric drag, there is no nothing, and yet at a super high speed I do that combustion and I get more force on one side of the combustion than the other, even though, like, it has everything to do with precisely frame, this frame. So long as we're in this frame, it's when you're dipping next to the frame of Minmus, dipping next to the frame of the moon, dipping next to the frame of Kerbal, and you're deep in that well. Because if it were just a frameless vacuum, then it's always going to be 50-50. Similar to, like, thinking about Hohmann. The Hohmann effect, where you can get those gravity kicks off of a turn past the moon kind of a thing. It's like, well, but if I enter with this velocity, then I have to exit with this velocity. I haven't added any. So how is it that suddenly I've got so much extra velocity? And, when you... In Hohmann, you don't add any more velocity, and you don't, like, in reference to the moon, the frame of reference. If we leave Kerbal and we go to the moon, and then we hit it, and then we see that, like, and it flings us off into the, solar, instead of staying by Kerbal. When you enter into the frame of reference of the moon, you come in at the same speed that you exit, from the moon's perspective. If you're standing on the moon and you're watching that ship enter, then it came in at that speed, and you could measure it the whole time, and it would have exactly the same velocity that it entered the SOI as it exits the sphere of influence. The SOI would be unchanged. But by entering into the sphere of influence, you're capturing, you're being captured by that gravity well, and that gravity well has its own frame of reference, and then by the time you exit it outside of the reference of the moon, now you've collected some of the rotational energy of the moon's sphere of influence going around the thing that then sends you further in reference to Sol. It's all about these frames, and it's so much of a puzzle to try and break that apart in your head and say that I'm going the same speed when I enter and when I exit, but if I step outside of that frame, I see that I've actually got more go. I can get further. It's just so fun to, like, chew on it. The simple answer is that kinetic energy goes as velocity squared. Okay, yeah, that's the simple answer. I'll come back to that in a minute. Let's try spinning this around. So, what are we doing? We should now be targeting you because we're coming to him. We did most of the work with our lander stage to get us into the right position so we can meet back up. And now what we want to do is actually, if I put a maneuver node back here, then we'll see that on the next rotation, our separation will be, he'll be here when we're there. And now if I just keep going to the next rotation, with each rotation, we get a little bit closer. So, if I, no, you're fine there. If I, yeah, you drop that, reopen it, and then what can I do to actually link up with you? Is there any like little adjustment that I can make to just, and then, but it works better across all of these? So the rotation after that one, I could get us down to a separation of 1.4 kilometers. But this one should be just as close, if not closer. But when I pull off, so I'm adding a little bit of prograde to us. Okay, we'll take the extra rotation out because it'll be the cheapest. So 1.4 meters per second gets us to a separation of 1.3 kilometers. Bring me around here. Oh, but that'll be... Yeah, no, that's fine. So, hang on to your butts. You know, I'll actually refocus Minmus so that we don't do the eye strain. And then F5, warp. And then he's going to go around several times in order to come to the rotation at which we make that adjustment. And is this the last pass? It is. And so now we just need to add a little bit of prograde in order to get that encounter to be that encounter. Which we'll do 30 seconds from now, 20 seconds from now, 10 seconds from now. Add that prograde, tiny little nothing of a burn. Maybe should have done it with RCS to be more precise, but boom. And we've got a 1.3 kilometer intersect. In fact, with the RCS, can I make it better? Don't worry about it. We're close enough that we'll do it all once we're there. So that's going to be the second go-round now. Right? We're going to pass that, and then that'll be that. So let's start following our ship again. Go up to a slightly higher speed. Now here's our closest point. Coming up on it now anyway. Yep. Game gets a little bit screwy when you get close to him. That's going to be us. And now that we're this close to him, I'm switching over to target. Where is my target? Your target be there. Your prograde be there. His prograde be there. Difference of 12.8 meters per second between us. And I'm just going to burn between our retrograde and our target to push our retrograde away and pull our prograde onto his. And that should be pretty damn close to something there. Yeah, now our retrograde is on his retrograde, more or less. Still want some speed here, because the less speed that you have as you're coming in at him, you're just going to have more drift and have to do more corrections and more corrections and more corrections. So having 6 meters per second is actually less than I would prefer to have. But it gets us down to that close to him. And then again, another little correction. Another little correction. And now we should be going straight backwards at him. Our ass is going toward him anyway. By the way, turn on the lights. There you go. At 4.3 meters per second, I'll have 5 from here. Doom, 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 doom. A little bit of warping. Ooh, we're out of comms. That's curious. And... or am I out of something else? I'm out of electric charge on this craft? How am I out of electric charge on this craft? You bastard. Do I have anybody aboard who could fly? Hey. Transfer crew to, you know, anyway, it's probe controlled. I don't have anybody aboard who could fly. I can't, shit. So we're out of comms, we're out of power, we're out of everything. Can I not even, have I broke the game? I can't go to, this is the source part? How the hell did I do this? I'm trying to go to map mode and I can't go to map mode. I'm trying to switch vessels, I can't switch vessels. It was, you are the problem. EVA, get back in. And now, switching vessels. With monoprop. Where's your target? I've got some monoprop. Oh, Jesus, that's not locked. 7, lock that into place, please. Where's it? Give me the free cam. We can make this work. I need you to be control from forward, because that's how my monoprop works. And then RCSH. How much we got? 9 point something. Just stop losing him. I can't... So... is the probe on board, like, not set to hibernate and warp? Or something? It's gotta be something like... And I swear I did all that. We were working on it. Okay, now we're heading toward him, if but very slowly. Where are we that we could possibly run out of EC? I guess we've got a minute before we're gonna get sun again. That ain't it. That is shocking. So our probe here, hibernate and warp is set to auto. Hibernation off. The juice that we require to run this guy, maybe, just sucked through what is our electric 1200 ECU. I mean, what is my explanation for that, if not that? That between the lights and this, that it just consumed all of our electric charge. This craft needs more ECU? Well, I'll tell you what, we go around Minmus. He's getting closer to us thanks to redirecting with monoprop. He's going to be losing us pretty hard. How much further do I need to go before I get some sunshine here? Let's get back to him before we get too much speed in a wrongness placeness. And RCSH. Get us heading back in the direction that we actually want to be in. That's close. It's just we're moving so slow. There's a lot of drift. Back to you. And warp some more. And we've got some sunshine. Okay, so now we've got electricity, and now we can actually steer this ship again. Damn, I did not anticipate... Look at how quickly we generate the electric charge and everything. And why am I rolling right now? I have SAS on. And we have all that charge. I think I've also broken the game in 7 or 8 different ways. Some things that are happening really shouldn't be happening. Yeah, it's like our reaction wheels aren't engaged. Reaction wheels. Normal. Idle. Idle. Why don't... SAS. SAS. SAS is not correcting any of these things. Control from here. Control point forward. I break the game in 7 or 8 different ways before breakfast. I have no explanation for this. We have a giant SAS unit. It's very powerful. It's just choosing not to engage even though SAS is on. Oh, no, we have full probe control. Yeah, it just don't make sense. If I switch back to you and then switch back to you... There you go. Yeah, it was just broken. It was just not doing what it was supposed to do. Okay. Thank you, game. So... With RCS from the mothership, we'll now do that. Drift directly toward him. And might even put a little bit of thrust behind it. Yeah, give me 1 meter per second at least. What the F is this, a Twitch ad? Also, hello. Hi! Yeah, no, I have a deal with Budweiser now, or whoever you just watched an ad for. You jerk. That's kind of weird, isn't it? With, like, Twitch, that was one of their main sponsors up front. I mean, at least they have a solid claim in the way that YouTube didn't when the whole COPPA thing happened. That they are not a platform for children. They're not trying to bring children in. All of our advertisers were mainly beer. At least they can make that claim, whether it's true or not. What are you doing? Well, actually, yeah. The front of us is where we want this son of a bitch. So as we come up on him, can I actually, let's have locked. Yeah, give me the locked orientation. And then we'll always be flat. RCS on. Come on down in his general direction. Eventually we're going to be targeting specifically his docking port. Right now I'm just trying to get near enough to park. Try and go a little bit past him. Okay, that's fine for a park job so far. How are we doing on monoprop? 37.25. Lava lamp. I do want to come back to the Oberth thing. Let me get these two kamajigger fuliggered. So, let's get you upright. More or less in line with the fellow who you'd be going at. Your target would be that. And if I control from here, it's upside down. And also, if I do locked on you, it will be upside down. Because this port I apparently put on upside down. But it's worked for us before. So, give me your RCS. Much more subtle RCS. There we go. We'll bring you in nice and slow. Also, I will aim camera at the port so that I can be looking kind of like that. And then I want to get you lined up that way, and we want to make sure that you're lined up this way as well. Just by eye, anyway. Close enough. And that's about right there. And then H. make this a little bit better like that. And then bring you down. Ultimately, the magnets are going to do the work here. And we are one ship again, with a pretty good vertical alignment. Bring in the landing gear. All right, a successful-ish mission? Yeah, a completely successful mission. We had to do the Minmus thing a number of different ways, but I think it was brilliant. I think it was great. We used every single drop of liquid fuel that we had and left ourselves in the perfect position to be able to go around a number of times and link up with him. The mothership only used like 5 meters per second in delta V to finish that off. That was tight, baby. Tight at the end of the day. So yeah, to get back to Lava Lamp and Oberth, kinetic energy, the simple answer is that kinetic energy goes as velocity squared, and so delta V at high speed adds more energy than the same delta V at low speed. An alternate consumption of it is that you're converting some of the potential energy in your fuel to kinetic energy to your ship by going lower in a gravity well. Gravity assists are like bouncing a tennis ball off a wall. It comes off at the same speed, just in a different direction. Also, maybe the wall is moving at 30 kilometers per second or so. I don't feel like any of those are very good conceptualizations of Oberth. You know, and that's the concept here, is that delta V velocity squared, and so delta V at high speed adds more energy than the delta V at low speed. And then it's the idea that in a complete and open vacuum, like there is no... the important part is that it requires a frame of reference. Like, you have no speed, you know? There is no such thing as speed until we conceptualize it and put it inside of a frame. And so then to, like, further conceptualize the significance of the frame that we're in, which is the gravity well, which is the distortion of space and time, and that's where it, you know, becomes such an interesting fluid dynamics, imagination, kind of a thing in your head that I really like. Because it's all about the frame. It's all about the speed of the thing that you're in reference to, the speed of the thing that you're in reference to. It's the well of space and time and how it's distorted that ends up making it so that you have a conception of speed instead of just you know, you need the reference, you need the frame, and then the frame is important, and then why is the frame important? Well, you know, well, what is speed? Well, speed is an imagination that one thing is moving with a frame of reference to something else, but you can constantly measure the speed from any other frame and say that it's going at a different speed. So it's all imaginary. It's all, you know, how you decide to measure it and from what perspective and from what vantage point, and then we take that ultimately like imaginary concept of these frames of reference in which we can decide arbitrarily and subjectively what something's speed is, and then we find out that there are physical mechanics to the universe that make it important which frame of reference you are in, and then you get to quantum and find out that it's important which frame of reference you're measuring from, or that you are choosing to measure, and it just, the gooiness of making math into something you can visualize in your head, you know, that kind of a thing. Your reference is whatever is convenient for you. If you care about a certain planet, then that's it. I'm gaining energy relative to Kerbal. Who cares if I'm losing energy relative to the Andromeda Galaxy? Yeah. Or with a Hohmann transfer, I'm gaining energy relative to Sol, so who cares whether or not I have exactly the same amount of energy that I came into and entered the moon's sphere of influence with. It's fun. Money is fake. Everything is fake, or nothing is, which both mean the same thing. It only matters what frame of reference you choose to, whether the glass is half empty or half full. But everything is fake or everything is real. And both of those things mean the same thing. The universe is fake. Hashtag Big Crunch 2022. I mean, have you looked into the holographic universe theory? Trying to make quantum mechanics, trying to make black holes make sense and stuff. And they're like, well, maybe our entire universe is actually just stretched across the surface of a bubble, and it actually has no real three-dimensionality. We just perceive it as three-dimensionality. And so our perception is of a hologram that is actually only a flat plane of information. Holographic universe equals Earth is flat equals everything is flat. Yes. Isn't that fun? The flat earthers, they were right all along. They were right. They realized that our entire perception of reality is actually an extrapolation from a 2D plane. Ah! If the Assassin's Creed guy was a Kerbal, nothing is fake, everything is artificial. I don't know that reference. They disproved holographic universe. Did they? Damn it. That one was fun. But yeah, so now we're back in orbit of Minmus with 6 sites worth of Minmus data in our pod, in this boy right here, 52, and then in this boy, we've got another 9. It's a duplication of the data that if we could get that home some way, that's all worth something to take home just as raw data. It's a mixture of things that are worth something and aren't worth something to us as, well, as unprocessed science in the box there, but everything in here is worth something to us. So I'll try and keep that in there and see if we can't find an opportunity to move all of that back. But the way that we did this before is the way that we're going to do it again. Number 1, Bob, we will process science faster if you are in... Okay, I'm going to need that over there, I guess. And that's another thing. Like these, just we were complaining about Kerbal earlier. Like if I've got this over here and I click transfer crew, this box opens with you could barely see it, but it opens with its a static consideration of position, which is the X and Y of the mouse at the moment that I press transfer crew. If you would have designed a UI from the ground up for the game, and each of these UI things had like the same rules, and then you build it in a hierarchical class structure, this window would always consider, just like every other window would consider, that it cannot be off screen. Like a portion of it can't be off screen, so it would shift itself to the left when it opens up. You know, it would care that it's hanging over. But they didn't do it that way. They made everything as a duct taped, and we need this too. Okay, I'll make a new class for a new window and with new rules, and then I'll forget to consider whether or not it needs to be on screen in order to come up. So what was I doing? You were doing transfer crew to here. Now Bob's back there trying to keep his shit together next to Sanri, who just has this terrifying smile. He's worse than a Chucky doll if you look at his teeth and his mouth and the way it moves around. And then what was the next thing? Then we're going to send the little demon out, Sanri, on EVA, and look at his suit. Yeah. He's Bob's little errand boy, you know? So, yeah. And he's a demon too, apparently. We didn't know that when we first hired him, but now that we see his face, God, that is just terrifying. Orange-faced Kerbal, who just keeps making all these incredible smiles. Like, he's got a super high... There's a thing in the file for that, right? There's a thing in the Kerbal file to define, like, how happy they are and how often they're afraid and stuff like that. And this guy's just got, like, whatever the equivalent is for he's always on math. I don't know. Take data. So he's going to take all of the data that was in that out of that. And then he's going to reboard on the science bay wing. I wanted to right click it so it could just tell me the words. He's going to reboard the mobile lab, and that means that all of that data is now added to the mobile lab. We now have 81 data sitting in the mobile lab waiting to be processed, and we have we need to start research again because our batteries died. But we have whatever research that we actually have in the lab as well. Where do I get to see that? Transfer review data, transmit science, stop research, KerbNet. Where do I... Oh, well, it's just right up here. So we've got 699 data out of 750. So I could actually find something that's low in data if we review our data. Oh god, it's going to take 81 clicks to get out of it. So we're looking for something that's like 50. 225, 270, 180, nothing. Looking for something that's real low. And there are some things that are real low. Materials study while in space near Minmus. Maybe because we've already got that in there. That's another thing, is once we're done processing it all. Wow, is there nothing that's worth so little in... Oh, it's worth 56 data, which would be equal to 280. That's what I'm looking for, is something like that. So if I add you... Can I analyze because it's full? Find me another really low. 225 is worth 45. That should go in. Yes. And now we're like full. Click, 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 click. Now we have 744.9 of 750 data, and we're processing it to science, slowly but surely. I bet he's not sharing the meth. That's why Bob don't like. Maybe that, or he keeps using Bob's good beakers to cook said meth. I'm like, look at him. Look at him. Don't you just like feel that like less stressed out when he's not looking directly at you? Like that's not a good sign. Like when you look at him and then he... just like, fuck! Ah! I'm trapped in space with this fucking freak. There's something about the orange skin and that haircut and the beard and the... that he just keeps doing. Bob doesn't get that mouth breathy. Look at Bob. He's sitting right next to him. Bob doesn't... Damn. Dude is definitely out of his gourd. I would not want to be trapped up there. I feel like maybe we screwed Bob over on this thing. So now we have a ton of data packed into this guy, and if we were doing the speed run right now, you just hit, you know, time warp like a bunch, and then you clear the entire games where you unlock everything that's in R&D, and you're done. It just, we could do that right now, but we're not going to do that for reasons, probably not. We wouldn't do that, would we? Oh God, no! I didn't mean to. I'm sorry. I wanted that, and then if you could just get on your prograde, please, because you are a seafaring space vessel. Yes. Yes, there you go. Yeah. Oh! Once there was a rock, right? And then there's all of our flags that we did to get the science. Okay. So here's the thing now. We can just leave these boys out here to process Minmus data in orbit of Minmus. It's another, like, weird thing. I guess it's not weird, it's a little bit wrong. I assume that the way that the mobile science lab works, because you're supposed to get like a benefit for processing if you're in orbit of the place where the data came from, and then you get another bonus if you're actually landed on the surface of the place that the data came from with the processing lab, I think. You get some kind of bonus like that. But knowing Kerbal, I have every reason to believe that it doesn't like change if you leave orbit. So basically, once you add something to the mobile lab, if I was in orbit when I added, if I was landed when I added the Minmus data to it, and then we took off and went somewhere, went and parked it at Kerbal and kept processing it, I presume that it would give us the bonus rate on that data forever, because that's just the only way that I would see squad do that. Otherwise, you'd have to like have a whole bunch of information attached to every packet of science that says where it was gotten from, when it was. You just have to have more data about the science than I think they actually have in there, and then change the rate of something over time. It would be very difficult. So I presume you just put it in there, and then if you took it somewhere else, it doesn't matter. It's always going to have that bonus. Not that any of that really matters. It was just something I was thinking about. Our options at this point are to just leave these boys in orbit of Minmus to process their data and come back to them now and again, transfer it and load them up, one more time. Or we could test this ship's ability to return back to Kerbin. We have 1,341 meters per second in this ship in terms of delta V. We're in a 10-kilometer orbit of Minmus. I didn't intend for it to match this delta V map, but it does. And we would want to be able to get back to Kerbin in order to do things like, at this point in the game anyway, in order to refuel, in order to possibly drop some of our science, some of the stuff that we actually want to return. We wanted this craft, it's never meant to return. It's meant to float around the Kerbin system and do what it does. And that would involve stopping at Kerbin under its own velocity, So if we're going to do any aero braking at all, it's got to be pretty lightweight, because we've got on this craft solar panels that cannot be taken back in. And if we put them into drag, they will just rip off. Atmospheric drag. So it's something that I did want to test, that I wanted to see, can this craft come back to Kerbin and stop itself, and how much delta V would be required. The 1,300, I think we're fine there, even if we do all of the work ourselves. We don't use any aero braking, but then there's also the interesting, how much aero braking could we get away with? How deep could we go in at Minmus return speeds? Can we just lap at 65k, or could we dip down to 59, before things start falling apart? I swear to God, I thought he was going to pull out a knife when he looked at us like that. New Delta V map? Yes. New Delta V map, just because I can't get... Nobit isn't running, so I wasn't able to pull up our old one, so I just looked one up and picked one that had a dark mode, because my eyes don't like bright ones. I think I want to test it. I think I want to test the return. We've got so much data from Minmus right now. We don't need to go back to Minmus for this kind of data for a minute, really, ever. We'll unlock the entire tree if we processed all of this data, but we won't. So I want to try the return, where we burn from Minmus back to Kerbin, get back down to a periapse at Kerbin, and then burn hard retrograde to get captured by Kerbin, and see how much delta V it consumes to do that from Minmus. I want to learn, I want to know what that costs, I want to see how much fuel it takes, and then I want to have this craft left in orbit of Kerbin so that we can do things like refueling, and we're going to need a bigger boat. We're going to need a Kerbin space station now, a platform, a little bit of refueling, and a lot of other things that I've thought of that are way more important than refueling around Kerbin. So that will be coming up today. I do want to do it. I want to do the return anyway, which we will do after a live stream break. We're going to have a 7-minute live stream break. When we come back, we're going to see what it takes to get this thing back to Kerbin. Okay? Everybody on board for that? How does this one figure out the Delta V map with information inside the game? How does one figure out the Delta V map with information inside the game without being a Goram rocket scientist in real life, says the Amish Stig, to which Acute Sharky replies, you don't. And that's one of our many complaints that we hope will be resolved in Kerbal Space Program 2, which will be coming out, in case you didn't know. Don't mean to leak any information, but it will be coming out at some point after this 7-minute live stream break. 5, 4, 3, 2, don't go anywhere while I'm not out. Hello, I am the Ronin Pawn, and oh my god. No, it's not the end of the song, it's just the breakdown. But it sounded like it. Just turn it off, and then it's like, wow, we came back right as the song ended. Welcome back to twitch.tv/Ronin Pawn live stream on twitch.tv/Ronin Pawn. Your only source. We're in orbit around Minmus with our spaceship, the HMS Spaceboat. Break it down, y'all. Could they do a 6 minutes release? I said that Kerbal Space Program 2 would be coming out sometime after this 7-minute break, and that is almost certainly true, unless they figure out time travel, which they're not going to figure out time travel, because energy can't arrive before it left. It can't just manifest in a, like, it has, there's causality, and everything is actually one, you know, the entire universe, everything is acted on everything else, and it's all one thing, and so you can't just, like, move something that was, unless there's the energy to put it there, and with time travel, it'd have to be energy that existed before the energy arrived, and that's not how that, hey, what are you doing? Kittens are trying to scratch their way in. Welcome back to KSP. So what we're going to do, we've got a belly full of science. It's in the lab is on, it's processing it. So long as we're in the sun, apparently we'll be fine. Draining the electrical resources. 1,510 when the ship is together in electrical resources. We came back to this thing and found out all the lights were off. And the probe's in the mode that it's supposed to be to not drain, and all the lights were off anyway. Nonetheless, what I want to do now... We could just leave this here at Minmus and let it process and do its thing. But I want to take it home. I want to take it back to Kerbin, and I want to slam on the brakes when we get to Kerbin, by which I mean burn retrograde hard, and see how much Delta V, presuming we have enough Delta V, it takes to recapture a circular, reasonably equatorial, but just recapture Kerbin from Minmus without the benefit of aero braking, because this craft is not designed to aero brake. It will aero brake if it aero brakes, you know. It'll litho brake into the surface of the atmosphere. That's too many. I broke the terminology entirely there. I don't speak science. We're going home, you know. It's Cap, what is it? It's the dude, and he's stranded. It's in the song, you know, where it's Major Tom, he's coming home. He's coming home. They were having sexy kinky times, that's why the lights were off. Well, it was just Sonri alone here, so I don't... Oh. Freak. Look at him, he's crazy. He's psychotic. I think we need to get a different scientist aboard and do something else with Sonri. Like, I genuinely think that we have to do that in this career mode. He is too goddamn creepy. Nobody wants to hang out with him. We need, like, a polar science station where we'll just leave... we'll just leave him there. When he looks dead at you, there's just no soul. In that man. We want to leave Minmus. We want to do this efficient. So I'm going to set up a maneuver node, and we're going to figure out the actual good time to leave Minmus. So maneuver node with too much Delta V immediately, because that's how they designed the game. I'm just going to pull that down, yeah, just in apparently tiny increments over here. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, so now let's drag it around. Oh, no, I can do that from here. From there, in the maneuver node thing, I can just click, and then we'll watch our periaps and see when we start losing the best time. So we're losing it there. If I make it smaller, it's really, are we just that close? Wow. Okay. But if we put more prograde on and pull it down, and down, and down, and down, and down. The more prograde, the later we're going to have to leave, I believe is how that's going to work. So let's get down to 10 million, and then let's leave later. And it gets us a little bit back. Is it still going? Yes, it is. Those numbers are still falling, and now they're not. So give me more per mouse wheel scroll. 1300 Delta V and care about efficiency. Yeah, because I this is kind of a test for me to find out like what's the DV for return when you're not aero braking to come home, and with a craft that has, with this craft in particular. So now leave later, and yep, keep going then. No, keep going. Don't worry about the moon. We're not going there. I mean, most efficiently would be, I think, to hit the moon as we return. Okay, now leave later. Nope. Okay. Bring it down. So, if we're gonna come back to Kerbal at 75, no aero brake whatsoever. It's an F5 for us. We leave in 49 minutes from now, so what do you guys want to do until then? I actually, I'm pretty sure everybody who's played Kerbal, and certainly those who, have made YouTube and Twitch content around it, everybody's considered, doing something in real time in Kerbal, like a flight to the moon kind of thing. Yeah, but let's not today or ever. I don't have the intestinal fortitude for that. Let me just make sure that I'm leaving at what is, pretty much the best time. If I go back a little bit, yeah, it goes up. If I go forward a little bit, it goes up. So that's going to be our moment of goiness. F5, take me to that node. So we're going to leave from here, apparently, on our prograde, and just keep burning until the lights go out, I suppose, is the plan. Ooh, pawn, yes. Is this all going to still be no fuel transfer? Enable crossfeed, enable, so they're both, crossfeed is disabled. Well, it doesn't have any fuel in it anyway, you get. All right, but make sure and shut down that engine. Almost forgot to do that. F5 from here, 30 seconds to burn. Big Star Aerospace. I've done a real-time flight to Duna before with my rover. It was a mock-up of Percy, of course a very trashy one. Anyway, hi. A real-time to Duna? Okay, node in 15 seconds. Was it like super high speed? Just burn. So we're going to leave at T-minus 5, which is now. Big burn. That periap's up. Nope. We overshot, undershot, we missed our line a little bit. Where are we? Okay. If I just turned on RCS and pushed back a bit, does that get us back up, or... Yeah, no. Let's go ahead and flip back to our retrograde. Because we are hitting Kerbal right now. Went a bit too far. I do want some gap here. So give me a 75. 75.2, F5 from here as well. So what Delta V did we start with? I said this was a test and then I wasn't paying attention. What did we start with to get down to 1185? For this, just, breaking the SOI and returning. We were at 12 something. It was certainly not just 1200. We had the Delta V on here because I made the node in the first place. I didn't get it from there either. Wow, good. Nice data point collection there, Pawn. F5, and we're going down. Actually, before we... On the way up, we collected a lot of science that we could collect again. And then some of it would be worthy of shipping home. So if I got it from here, where would I put it? You'd have to get out and put it... I don't want to deal with that. You don't want to deal with that? You don't want to deal with getting, like, all the science that's going to be... And then you got money? You got science money? What mode are we in, camera-wise? Give me orbital. Thank you. Okay, that's so where's the camera now in orbital? There we go. Okay. Yeah, I think I do. So I'm gonna take the science. And anything that's worth anything in recovery, I will keep. Anything that's worth something significant. So, materials study, magnetometer report. We're going to keep the experiment for the magnetometer. We're going to dismiss the atmospheric pressure scan, because that's not worth anything to us to return, and we've already got it for processing in the lab, is important. Same there. This is worth a little bit on the mystery goo. If I got to get out anyway, I might as well. And then the materials study worth quite a bit. We've never done a materials study just from in space near Minmus. That's surprising. But okay. So now I've done all that. What I want specifically is somebody's got to get out. Let's have it be the crazy man. And you got to come out here and collect that science manually, which is why it's going to be a bit of a pain in the ass. And I was thinking about not doing it, but if I don't do it, we're just throwing science away, and we need some real science points, you know, today would be nice, or soon, not having to wait for Bob and Psycho here to finish their research. So collect the data, restore the Science Junior, restore the whatever that is, okay? And then also from here, oh, you can't log seismic data. Collect the... Did you not log pressure data? Oh, we threw it away. The thermometer wasn't worth anything, so we threw that away. Okay, and then the magnetometer report was another big one. See, now I'm losing track. Now I gotta, like, recalculate in my head what the hell it is I'm doing. Download the data. So you got all that in your pockets now. What I want to do is store those experiments either up here or in here. Yeah, let's store them in here. No. Yes? No. Do you have experiment? You do. So store them in here. Anything that we're going to return, we're going to store in here. So put that in there. Was there something else? Any speedometer, like speedometer? What? I produce it like magnetometer, because it sounds funny. I just always say magnetometer. It just flows right off the tongue, doesn't it? Magnetometer. Is that all of the data, though? Just those three things. I feel like there might have been a crew report. I'm going to focus on those. I know that those were high value for us. And that's what we'll focus on as we gather science on the return as well, because that was close to Minmus. F. B. Welcome back aboard. Where are we now in reference to Minmus? We're 44K. We're not that far from her. So let's get a little bit away. And then we'll do it again for high over Minmus. Because I'll let you in on my long-term plan here. I want a orbital Kerbal space station. And that space station is going to be equipped with things like drop pods for returning Kerbals who have been rescued from space, so we don't have to, like, bring them back with the ship that we have up there to, like, recover them. I want to get us to a space platform era where once we're in space, except for, you know, the things that we plan to return. But start from the position of every ship just stays up there and we'll be refueling them. We don't have that equipment yet, but we're getting there. But so the Kerbal space platform, drop pods, and science return pods, which we have designed a version of, untested, but never used, that I would like to get to where we send up a fleet, little flock of these guys, these experiment storage units that have a parachute, a probe if they need it, and a blader, and then we can just drop them. We can fill them up with science and drop them, and then follow them down and recover. That's my plan. I think it's my way of making fun in Kerbal. Hello, Jake Mole. Almost missed you. Suddenly, chat is moving quickly. So, what are we doing? Oh, well, now we're out here. Let's again hit the 1 key and see what science is worth anything to us from high over Minmus. So the material study is certainly worth something for us. The magnetometer report we have gotten before, so don't care about you. Reset it. Don't care about atmospheric pressure. Don't care about temperature. Mystery goo. Yeah, I mean, if I gotta get out and collect stuff, I will. And I do have to get out and collect stuff because of the material study. So, yep. You two, and that's the only two things I need to get. So, again, the psychonaut here, Sonri Kerman. You know, when he closes his damn mouth, he can look normal is the thing. I don't know why he was so psyched. He was so psyched to just be in orbit of Minmus, and he just never stopped. You know, looked like Arnold Schwarzenegger when he's getting hit with a taser. I can't do him. So from the Science Junior, we collect your data and we restore. From the Mystery Goo, we collect the data and we restore. And then we put that data into here before we get back on board, store those experiments, and that should be everything that we wanted from there. That was him on Mars. Schwarzenegger it's the one. I got so many Schwarzenegger movie names in my head right now because I got Lady Pawn, and she's already opened the gift. I forced her to open it before Christmas. I got her a bulk collection of Schwarzenegger films. It's the... You guys aren't saying it, so I do Total Recall. Yes, a cute Sharky. We got it both. You typed it. It came through on my end at the same time anyway. I'm counting it. The EVA Science Kit. Have you used it? I have not. And we've got a bunch of them on here. Damn it. I forgot about that. I've never used one before. How do they do the voodoo that they do so well? I don't want to get into it right now. I don't, because we've already done all the missions. It's just, I'd rather pretend like I didn't know. And what were you saying in chat? I can't look back over. My eyes, something wrong. Yeah. So then take me to where we fall out of Minmus's orbit, because we got that science. How do you do the voodoo that you do so well? How long you been playing, says Jake Mole. This career is, I think, 18 days, 18 live streams so far. But... Oh, God. So, the YouTube channel was founded in 2013, right? And we're... So, 8 years. 8 years I've been playing Kerbal. And that was, you know, I got Kerbal and then immediately started YouTubing it. So, 8 years. 18, 8 years. I'm not 8. I didn't start playing it before they started developing the game. It was 8. Right-click the Kerbal when you're holding one of those experiments. Okay. Yeah, we'll try it this time then, because we're getting out again. We need more science, and we should be high over Kerbin now. So, again, hitting the 1 key and finding out if there's anything worth it to bring home with our hands and things. Magnetometer report, that's a no. Atmospheric pressure scan is a no. Temperature scan is a no, but mystery goo, worth it. Materials study, barely worth it, but worth it. If we gotta get out, we might as well grab it. So, Sanri, like, let's see if it works this way. Alright, just get him off. Not that way. I'm off of the ship. I get him off of the ship. And then we bring him over here. And let's see about this. So I can click that and then click on the Kerbal. Click on the... Do I have to load him up with it? Right click him? No. So if I load him up with it, and then I'd have to get off... I'm not getting any more Kerbals off today. So I need to empty his parachute into something else, and then I can load it onto him, and then I'll have the ability to click a button, is how I assume that would work. Does that sound about right? Collect the data from you and restore. Collect the data from you and restore. And then put all the data you've collected into there. And that's all the take-home data. So actually, I could do that. And he's still got the parachute on. It's another... Oh, Kerbal, you work so good, though. I've just taken the parachute off and put it in the thing, but until we reload the Kerbal, his skin will be the same, I presume. Okay. So now I could... Yeah, let's give it a try. I'll EVA him again. He's still wearing the parachute. He put the parachute back on. F B. Why would you put the parachute back on? Sanri. Or was that... Alright, everybody put your parachutes into storage, for fuck's sake. There's no... We're in space. You're not coming home. You're kind of coming home right now. Sanri, get back out. Parachute? Good. You're not carrying it. You have an empty slot. I'm not sure that I need to do all of this either. I might be able to just do it from inside the ship, but who's to say? Let's come over here, grab one of these, put it onto you, perform EVA science instead of EVA report. What? What is that supposed to... There's a wing nut. Okay. Watching the astronaut look through the EVA science kit has given us conclusive evidence that the new situation has not improved their creativity. That was in space high over Kerbin, and there's a wing nut now. And it's stuck in my docking port. This was a bad idea. Why did we do this? This wasn't good. I need you to then store that data, I guess. Can you... There you go. Store that experiment as well. Never again. The fuck with the wing nut, right? Right? We're just guessing ages in chat now? What are we doing? Why is there a loose wing nut? You know what? I think there's a problem. It's an ID10T error. And there's a loose nut between the monitor and the keyboard. B board F5. Alright, now we need to go to low Kerbin orbit, and we actually just need to slam on the brakes and do the rest of the thing now. We've gained a meter per second of delta V, I think, somehow. I swear we were at 1185, now we're at 1186, so I guess throwing the wing nut off. Oh, right, because we consumed one of our packs there. That makes some amount of sense. I'm gonna find out here, because I want to know how long the burn's gonna be as well, so I can burn it at the right time. But here's where we find out how much delta V is gonna cost. Yep, just exactly like that. Okay, I need to focus Kerbin if I want to do that. Just do it from here, it's fine. And then hold the app waps up. And so put both of those up. So it's 900, it's almost 1,000 delta V to get this done. Just put you back down to something smaller. And then if I do it a little bit later, it gets real fucked up. Yeah, do it a little bit. Okay, and then if we wanted it to be equatorial, and let's say that we did. We don't need it to be equatorial, but what if we wanted it to be equatorial, we would make that adjustment out here where it's cheap. And it makes sense. So we will. So it's 900, let's say 950 meters per second of DV to recapture Kerbin from Minmus height and speed return speeds. We've certainly got the DV for it, but not like a ridiculous amount of extra we don't got. On our return, I will do another maneuver. I will shovel some more manure. I can't. It won't let me click on it, so it just wants me to do it manually. That's fine. I'm a good Kerbaler. Just go ahead and warp me. Let's start falling and gaining speed toward Kerbin. About halfway back. We're about here. And look at our in reference to Kerbin, so I am going to try and focus Kerbin if you'll let me. That's a shuttle. That's Kerbin. We've got Kerbin. So F5, get me this anti-normal on this return trajectory. We're going in the same direction as the rotation of Kerbin. It should be anti-normal. An anti-normal, and let's see what we can do with this. It's not going to be the the ANDN that we're looking for, though, is it? I don't know. Give it a try. You got extra delta V. Okay. It is at least the correct direction. And it's not costing us much at all to do this. So it's getting us more in line on one angle, but we are below the equator. So we'll have a little bit of up and downy on that angle, which could only be solved by like hitting it from here, I believe. And I'm not going to do that, but that's nicer. That's a nicer, more equatorial orbit, is what I'm going to say. And for a cost of some amount of delta V, it's 20. 20 dV is all that cost. F5 again, and then we're coming home. Oh, Jesus, there's Kerbal. I found it. Get on your retrograde. This is a burn time of 1 minute, so we gotta leave at T-minus 30 and just burn hard retrograde the whole damn time, would be the idea. Put the ship in, with its sails into the wind, because that'll help us get better traction in space. So T-minus 30 will burn full. In the meantime, is there something? And another something? Is there something that needs to something? Oh. You crashed? You crashed Speedy McSpeed Fast the plane? No! Not Speedy McSpeed Fast. You know, speed is imaginary and it only exists in your frame of reference or something that I was saying earlier as a callback now. Something along those lines. Burning full at T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 2, 1, go. So, no aero brake from Minmus Heights. Get us back to Kerbal. Slow us down. Put us in orbit. No, like, Mooner Assist, which would have made this cheaper as well. But now we know. And knowing is... No, you get to know. When you know, you know. Speed is real. It's the best of the drugs. Really? You think so? You haven't tried... Never mind. It looks like we started this burn way too early of the periaps. Yeah, I didn't... I made the... And, yep. So periaps is descending a bit, that's fine. And we're starting to reverse those two. Let's just drop this and follow our periapsis, run up to our periapsis a bit, and make it circular at 80. Back to your retrograde. Oh, Jesus. Alright, and then maybe, can I push that back up with monoprop? Circular enough. It's... Circular enough. Now, if we wanted to get a perfect equatorial, there's no reason to do any of this, Paul. It might be. I mean, when we put the space station up, if we put a space station up, it would not be at a wonk angle. We really shouldn't. This is very expensive to do this where I'm doing this now. And I'm going in the wrong direction. It's an anti-normal, apparently. Shoot to there, that'd be 190. We can actually put it back into an equatorial orbit. That's not bad, then. That is not bad. Can I set Kerbal as the target or something? See my ANDN for that? What's the proposed apoaps? And then that flops it to the other side. What has happened? It's the periaps and then... Perfect. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna put it into a beautiful little equatorial orbit, presuming that that is a beautiful little... It's at least in line with whatever that line is, so that seems good. You should go see a doctor about the with the speeds, TARDISes, time and relative dimension in space. Sorry, who? Yeah, up to our ascending descension thing. Oh, we're already there? we're already there. Burn time of 9 seconds, burning in some amount of time. I need control over the SAS. And I'll burn on the target, because we're going to burn either side of the target. Maybe I'll burn this at half speed for 18 seconds instead of full at 9. But I'm going to put it dead into a lovely little equatorial orbit. So, anytime that 9 seconds wants to get here. Oh, okay, and then burn. Little late. It's fine. And then we'll just burn it back to half. Burned a little bit extra on that side. Some people like it char-grilled, you know. How'd that do? That did pretty damn good, Pawn. Hell of an equatorial orbit. We came home with 38 meters per second, and we are parked at 80 kilometers in orbit of Kerbin. Give me a view. Give me a view that is free. Because that mission was free. You know what I'm... get on your prograde, because you're a ship. And then we're just burning through your electric charge in a hurry, is the thing. But I can't... Well, let's see. I turned the lights off, and then turned them back on. Yeah, no, it's fine. Can I turn the lights on in here, please? Do you not have... There you go. That's what we want to see. F5 from there, and then if I warp, are we going to find sunshine here? We're not going to find sunshine here. Damn it, we're going to run out of EC. I'm going to stop research and take us back around to where there's sun. See, these are other things that we're learning now. Are you sunshined yet? Not yet. Now you're sunshined. Now there are other things that we get to find out about this ship, like how much would it need to continuously do research when in orbit of Kerbin? And more than it has is apparently the answer to that. Wow. Can I just make you look even prettier? There you go. Hang on. Yeah, like that. You're listing a little bit to the left in the wind, and then I get rid of you, and I get rid of me. Huh? Huh? Talk to me. Tell me about that. We're floating on a sea of poop. Kerbin. We're floating on a float. There's floaters in the turd toilet. Why you got so much poop in your mind? I don't know. I didn't make me. I just deal with it. Yeah. We're home. We're in orbit. We got all the science. We are doing the science, which is good. It would actually be better if we turned a little bit that way so that we had all of the sails into the wind. The solar wind. They can all be collecting electric charge, and then look at that. Boom. We are full again on ECU, and we're home. Seems like what we need is to get some science down and to refuel and restock for the next thing. The one thing that I can think to do now that we haven't done, well, number one, we've got all that science to collect, so one more bevy of science. Let's see if there's anything right here around Kerbin that we haven't done yet that is still worth something to us to collect and take home. And the magnetometer report is... It's funny, the things that you just end up skipping over. No. Yeah, okay. Materials study. It's worth a tiny wee babby bit, so that's fine. Our science boy gets out. And then he needs to collect the data from all of the places. And he's going to do an EVA experiment for us again, because why not? We're here, we might as well. So I need you to download the data from the magnetometer boom. Thank you. I'm going to need you to grab the data out of the Science Junior and the Mystery Goo. So grab the goo first, because you seem to be right there, kind of humping it. Collect the data, restore. Collect the data, restore. That's all of those things. And then if I give you... You're still carrying one. That's... okay. You shouldn't be, because we used it before. Review store data, perform EVA science. How many times can I use these things? Perform EVA science. Okay. What do you got this time? Another wing nut. Another wing nut. Okay. Right, so that's worth 22.5, thank you. And then what I do is I am going to put all the data that I hold into the front bit there, and now that's got 21 data that we want to send back home. Everything else that we've got, I mean, if we really wanted the data, we could yank it out of here, out of the mobile processing lab, if we really wanted the points and the science for it. Because in that lab, currently, there are 80... Get close enough? Yeah, there are 80. 80 different scientific reports to be had. That we can either feed through the mobile lab perpetually until our life... That's another part of, like, the mobile lab system that would kind of want an overhaul in KSP2, isn't it? Because, like, here we are in this situation. I've collected all this science. I got all this stuff in the mobile lab, and it's more than I'll ever, like, process because it involves me having to come out and cycle through it every time, right? There's the wing nut. Because I'll have to continuously cycle through it. I'll have to come out and say, okay, it's out of data, so now I put it back in, and then I send some back, and... You know, it's just kind of a nuisance system to interact with that makes you either want to just hit the time warp and scoop it all up and send it back and scoop it all up and send it back, but that you really wouldn't want to interact with over a long period of time because you have to continuously feed it. So that's something that I think we'd like to see in KSP2, like, if there's going to be a system like this again, something that is more autonomous, that is more automatic in how it functions so that you can just continuously receive the science that you've earned by doing the fun part without having to stand there and poke the fire with a stick constantly, right? Here's that wing nut. Yeah. So I believe that brings us to the end of this live stream. We've done everything. We've got this craft parked back in orbit. We've got all the science on here that we want to send down. We need a way to send it down because none of this is designed to re-enter atmosphere. On board here, they are currently processing 730 science remaining. They've managed to, or data remaining. They've managed to turn that into almost 200 out of the 500 science they can store right now. So we're doing things. But I think that puts us in the position where the next live stream, which will be this Thursday, it'll be 2 days from now. Wait, what? So that'll be the 23rd. It's not like a holiday. That's not one of the things yet. It's fine. It's not even Christmas Eve. So this Thursday, 2 days from now, 4 p.m. Eastern here, twitch.tv/running. Our next thing will be, our next big goal is creating a Kerbal space station. With drop pods, science return pods, some fuel storage, and whatever else the mission that is giving the most money when we want it asks. Whatever we can get, basically. Also, we are coming up on the time to be leaving for Eve. I think we're a lot closer than we think after these 36 days worth of mission today. Build a little ship whose job is to go up, rendezvous, get the creeper and the data, and return. I like the idea of having like a Kerbal system taxi that is actually designed to stay up, but it's just like incredibly lightweight. Maybe it can seat 2 Kerbals. Maybe we're using bike seats for that, you know, just little external seats. but like something that's incredibly lightweight, super high efficient, and that its job is to do things like run from Kerbin to Minmus when this guy's sitting at Minmus, so we don't got to bring him back, and he gets this crap and comes back. To go out and collect someone, well, if he's going out, go out and save people and stuff like that. But just having a little super lightweight Kerbin taxi that then we would park at the space station around Kerbin. Having a vessel that its job is to go up rendezvous and come back is another way to go. But I like the idea of making my own little drop pods and trying to make them as cheap as possible. Like, can we do a external bike seat drop pod that doesn't make me feel stupid? And could we do it with my balls? What if my balls were involved? My creative build balls that we've made out of pentagons and hexagons that are made out of the triangles. We could make a very small ball that has a seat in it, and then it's got a blader on one side of it, which would make it heavier, heavy on one side, and then put the Kerbin seat on the inside of it, and then you right-click and put this Kerbal in there, and then that falls, and then there's a parachute on the other side, and then you got yourself a little drop pod that makes use of my balls, which I think one ball, because they're pretty significant, just one of my balls, I think, is like 100, like one of the smallest of my balls is still 100 or 200 part count on my balls. So how many balls could you have? Anything more than 2 would be excessive. No, Paul, that's stupid. And subject you to a lifetime of ball drop jokes. Oh, yes. Thank you. Where do I sign up? Who's like, where should I mail drop ship my first child? What do we do? Quit dropping those ball jokes. But yeah, that brings us to the end of this live stream. Next time we start looking at Kerbin Space Station. So back to the Space Center with us. I'd like to look, before we wrap this up, into Mission Control and see if they're giving me any Kerbin Space Station missions, because I think I turned them all down as they weren't paying enough and were asking. It wasn't the time for it, and, unless they're going to give me big money. Let's see what we've got active right now. Still trying to detect comets with an infrared telescope. We did launch one into space quite a while ago. I wonder if it's still in antenna range, because we didn't design it for that. It just kind of happened to have gotten flinged out solar by coming into contact with the moon's sphere of influence. So, but Explore Eve, which is coming up, did we go past it? Like, we got to be near when the ideal launch time for Eve. Tourists, specific orbit of Eve, satellite, rescue a dude who we've rescued. We've saved him, but we haven't recovered him. So that's another thing that we want to be able to get done, actually being able to bring him home. More tourists and satellite at Gilly. So, space station around Kerbin. Rescue Lodrin from surface of Minmus. Oh, that's neat. Have I ever rescued somebody from the surface of Minmus? I mean, it's so, just to like be flying up and then see a little Kerbal standing out there. Or maybe he's in a pod that's on this. That's what it's got to be, right? Surely I've rescued somebody. It just seems really cool. That would be so cool if you did like actually fly up and there was just a Kerbal outside. Talking about cool things for KSP2. How about like some, because the colonization is a feature, so yeah, this has got to be part of it, right? Having some like AI to Kerbals that they can just mill about. And then if you've got AI for Kerbals to be able to mill about, then for a rescue mission like this, being able to have some AI for a Kerbal that allows them to sort of walk to and from, just be outside of a craft on the surface and he's doing something as you're like flying down. Wouldn't that be fucking cool? Just see a little green man and he's living his life, he's trying to survive, and then you're flying down on him as you see him like walking around. Geosynchronous orbit. Map 9 asteroids endangering Kerbin. Jesus, really? This will happen passively over a length of time as long as any active sentinels are near the specified orbit. They do not need to be newly launched. You will receive progress notifications. We've got one, but I'm concerned about its viability. So just having that, it would slowly do it. If we've had this thing up there looking for 2 that aren't specifically threatening Kerbal, for as long as we have had it, then I don't know if I want to accept that. I'd rather just let Kerbal explode. It's a dead planet anyway. What's this? Finish rover and then build a new surface outpost on the moon. Maybe they'll have something for us next time where we can get paid for what we want to do. Not that we need to at 5.9 million Kerbucks, but yeah. That brings us to the end of this live stream. Thank you everybody for coming out. Let's see who we want to raid here. Let's see who's live on Twitch with some more Kerbal. This is a good one. I enjoyed this. We spend so much time building craft and engineering and designing, and especially with me, just demanding that things look a certain way and abide by my own personal idioms of what I think they should be. And then we finally get to run some missions, and I remember that it's fun to play the game too. Isn't it, though? So we see Linux Guru Gamer is up. Looks like he's doing maybe some mod stuff. I mean, he's always got a bunch of tabs open where he's looking at 1,005 different things. Who else is here? Looking at these names, seeing who I recognize, seeing if anybody's doing something super cool. Chat controls the rocket. That's like, could just be an always live thing. I don't want to just raid somebody. And now it's like so inconvenient to just pick a channel to raid because of the frickin' ads that play when you're just trying to look in on the friggin' thing and see if it's something you want to do. One way or another, we have come to the end of this live stream, so we can roll the outro music. For I am the Ronin Pawn. And I think we're raiding LG. I think we're good. Go ahead and head over to Linux Guru Gamer. See what he's doing. I can see he's got some crazy stuff going on there. Raid. It's probably work on a mod. Keeping one of them up to date. But thanks everybody for coming out. Thank you to those who, you know, the new follows, the monies that you throw at me with the bits and the subs and whatnot. I hope to see you back here this Thursday, 2 days from now, day before Christmas Eve, for continuing adventures here in the career mode. And on Sundays we do creative build, where we're hopefully starting to begin the process of considering wrapping up on our current creative build, which is the Mystery Science Theater 3000 Satellite of Love. If any of that sounds interesting to you, then meet me back here on one of those days. Otherwise, go fuck yourself. Pawn out! You don't have to go fuck yourself. I thought that would be funny, and then I'd said it, and then it was. And I thought it might be even funnier if I came back in and then was like, you don't gotta go fuck yourself. But you know, whatever you're into. Actually, you know what, I take it back. Go fuck yourself.